welcome everyone. I'm going to do a little warm-up stream here, play some Magic the Gathering, and then I'm going to jump into the fan design for the Pokemon stuff. I got the Pokemon stuff right up here. You know, we're going to get back into that, but I figured I'd like to play a little bit of card games first, get into the swing of it, maybe get the creative juices flowing. You know, I've got a couple of ideas for a few of the characters so far, but I don't know exactly where I want to go with everything yet. So, man, my lighting is all fucked up today. Oh well, we're doing what we can, but I figured I'd play a little bit. It's been a while since I played some Magic. You know, I haven't played Limited in a minute here. Traditional Draft. Oh, but that's Alchemy. I don't know if I'm an Alchemy guy. I've seen a couple of the cards, but like I wasn't a huge fan of Hearthstone, and it's been described to me as like their way to make Hearthstone designs. You know, take advantage of the digital aspect. I don't know if that's for me. So this is the same thing, huh? This will be those are Alchemy packs. Premier Draft? Is this still Alchemy? Yeah. Is everything? Maybe it's just this week. Traditional sealed. Yeah, maybe it's just Alchemy week. That kind of sucks. Traditional standard event. All right, let's play some Alchemy. Let's do some limited. It's like the easiest thing to just sort of jump into. What is this? Win 6. This is just the win 3, right? Yeah, let's just do the traditional, try to 3-0 a draft. Get things started. Oh, that filled up quick. Alright, I'm going to try to fiddle with this light. It's going to make it worse, yep. That's so interesting. This is like the first time I remembered to turn off the auto white balance, and it did not matter. There we go. Not too bad. Not too bad to get a draft going. To get an 8-man pod started up. I wonder if I can get away with still writing the Pokemon music in the background. Seems like a bad idea. Seems like a bad habit to get into. Alright, let's see. Illithid Harvester. Tap X, target creatures. They don't untap. Okay, so 2 blue and then 1 per target to freeze. Seems alright and limited. When Illithid Harvester enters the battlefield, turn any number of target tapped non-token creatures face down. They're 2/2 horror creatures. Huh. Interesting. Oh, so you can tap your own 1/1s and turn them into 2/2s. That could be weirdly useful. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a draft card. I should mention I am awful. I am actually awful. Give me the rare. I'm awful at draft. I have no clue what is good in limited formats. I do know that adventures were sick as fuck because you get like 2 cards for the price of 1. So I remember that being a big part before. 4 mana, create a treasure token. I like that. I like removal. Menace and death. Oh, but we'd have to mill a bunch. So we need dragons. Oh, but it is a dragon. Ramp and life gain. Alright. Ramp, life gain, and dragons. I'm not normally a green guy, but they keep giving green life gain, and I am a life gain guy. So And they give it card draw for some reason. I think green is just the draft color. When it enters a battlefield, bop one back to their hand. Not bad. This card was in the first D&D set. Can kind of refund you. Flying. So we can get a flying token of even a legendary creature. Ooh. Mana fixing? That's a 1/1. Alright, we'll try this out. I don't know if I'm gonna stick with blue, but there's a blue-green dragon. Alright. Alright, game. I can cast dragons from the top of my library. 2 mana, 1/4 doesn't seem good. I got a lot of packs. Alright, let's. Okay, more dragon ramp. I can dig it. I can dig the dragon ramp. Form a party. Oh, you just get to add creatures. Okay. Okay. It's got a dragon in the art. Some card draw in blue. It's instant speed. I only have 2 dragons so far, right? Yeah. Alright, let's get some card draw. Generic card draw sometimes with an upside. Yeah. Gate to the Citadel. Huh. Oh, Boulder's Gate. There's got to be gates. That makes sense. Conjure a card. Oh, it's Alchemy. Oh, it's just different gates. Bro. What was this guy? Perpetual -2. Elf Druid. Oh, he doesn't ramp, he just turns into a bear. That frog is getting high. Undersimplify. I keep drafting blue cards, but it's not gonna really help me. That seems alright. 5-3 vigilance. Yeah, it has to attack, but it's got vigilance. Oh, it has to block too, right? Okay. I mean, 4 mana. My draft kind of sucks so far, I think. Maybe we should start going white. Protection from demons and devils. I have to draft a bunch of the same creatures. Okay. I know I'm taking a while. It's been a minute. I haven't played in a minute. The game's telling me to hurry up. Alright, Guild Thief. Can't be blocked. That could close out games. Alright, sure. Maybe I'll get some more, like, rewards for hitting people. That's cool art. Cloak of the Bat. Get some Batman vibes. And haste. Oh, that's actually fucked up. I would like more dragons. I'm pretty sure the person like directly in front of me fucking wants dragons too. Bardic Inspiration. Alright. Blue is not a popular. Alright, blue and green, I guess, maybe not the most popular. Ooh. Unholy Archmage. She just looks like a witch. Maybe it's the same thing. Blanket -1/-1 for attacking. -2, target opponent puts a creature card of their choice from the graveyard onto the battlefield under my control. Sick.
Whatever little quest you're
right,
on,
we're going blue black.
I am ending it here.
That's just how it is. Dragons were cool, but I was getting hate drafted apparently, or like you gotta go like multicolor or something. I wasn't getting them. Specialize is a cool mechanic. I actually do like that one. Ooh, drain 2 just for entering. If it dies, replace itself. Deadly Dispute, always a sick card. Alright, enough blue cards. Let's fill out the black side if we're gonna actually try to run the mythic Planeswalker out. Oh my. Another can't be blocked. And then oh, it gets a little thing if you exile stuff. Alright, I think the fact that I'm gonna pick Cridle? No clue how to say that. Sewer Plague. Perpetually gets -2/-2. I don't know if I want to perpetually nerf stuff if I'm going to end up trying to steal it, especially if it's my opponent's choice. That might be a non-bow. I can get a land back here, but we'll take the True Sword. Is she flying? What is she doing? She's like sitting on top of a pillar, I guess. Oh, that's a big dragon. Okay, 2 mana bounce, and then late game can't be blocked as long as I cast a non-creature spell. That was the Millibunch card. Alright, late game dragon. Chain Devil, pretty common. Pretty normal D&D monster. Horde Robber. Oh, here's our treasure creator. Alright. Alright, let's go with the Horde Robber. Yeah, definitely not seen enough green dragons to want to go with the Simic route. More rogues. I don't know. Oh, it's an artifact. Okay, this kind of scales. Alright. Get some scaling action. Hook Horror. Oh man, I've seen these before. I can't remember what the name for them is, but I feel like I've definitely seen this in a monster manual. I have 4 seconds. It dies. Alright, return to the battlefield. More scaling? Yep. Wow, pay 8. It's ambitious. Would be sick to get there most of the time. Put on the bottom. Huh. Pseudo dragon. Let's go. Get my other dudes flying. Sounds tight. Alright, pack 3. Flames of Moradin. Well, we gotta go red, fellas. Hey, what's up, Linoko? Yeah, we're doing a little a little MTG draft to get the juices flowing, to get the creativity going. Figured I'd do that to kill some time before doing the Pokemon fan set designs. Let's get some creature removal. Yeah, we're doing an Alchemy Draft. That's apparently the only thing they have available is Alchemy, so that's where we're at. Wow, nothing in my colors. Do we at least have... We do have a blue dragon, right? Like, we do have the Sword Coast Serpent, so it's not totally dead to go Simic Dragons. Snake Dragon, okay. Ooh, Prosperous Innkeeper, that's a fucked up card. I really like this Planeswalker though. I really want to see if I can get the Planeswalker to work. Alright, instant, draw 2. Sacrifice a chump blocker, draw, seems good to me. Flash Flying, okay. When Manticore enters the battlefield, destroy target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage. Huh. Okay, so capitalize on the chump blocker. Kind of non-bows if we're gonna play that route with Deadly Dispute. It's a flash flyer though? I don't know. Seems expensive. I have too much card. Oh, I have 3 of those already. Study counters. I don't like to study. I'm not a studying guy. Put one of those cards into your hand. Huh. I don't think it's a bad card though. But Chain Devil's removal. That counts. More treasure? Bag of Holding? I think I'm gonna pick Bag of Holding just because I'm a mark. I'm a fan. Dude, the Bag of Holding has created more shenanigans in my D&D games than probably anything else. Like, legit, at one point, we had people we were keeping in a Bag of Holding as, like, a prison, and we would put a bottle of air in there. And, like, at one point, there was, you know, people who were in the bags for so long, they just said, fuck it, we'll kill ourselves, and, like, destroyed the bottle of air and choked to death or whatever. Like, just chose to suffer through like wild stuff. Just because the DM was like, fuck it, I'm not keeping track of all this. And I know that you as players are not going to keep track of all this. So, it was just like, we need to stop listing human beings in our inventory and, you know, progress the game. Go on a heroic adventure. Somebody always wants to, you know, put the portable hole in the Bag of Holding and make everything explode, you know. Always one of those guys. Alright, so we're going Dimir, right? We're going Dimir for the Planeswalker, so we got to get rid of all the green cards. Snake Dragons didn't really work out. I didn't see enough of them. Right, I don't have enough dragons to feel good about, even with the ramp, to feel good about going Simic Dragon. So then we gotta trim 8 cards. Man. Help me out. If you guys in chat, like, if you guys know Magic Drafts, like, help me out. I suck at drafting. I'm actually terrible. Like, a 6-mana kill spell, this doesn't seem great, right? Like, this, I know it gets around, I guess it gets around indestructible, but are there shield counters in this format? Is there indestructible, like, heavily here? I don't see any, so I think we're going to drop this. This will still be our late game threat. A 6-mana bouncer. I mean, the flying seems alright. Oh, it's gotta die twice to return to the battlefield? Interesting. Huh. I don't think I like this at all. I don't think I have the synergy for that. I was supposed to draft the card that, you know, like returns one of your creatures to the battlefield, but I fucked that up. I don't actually want to perpetually destroy their attack because I'm going to try and steal them with the Planeswalker. So I don't think Wizened Gizrai is going to be my guy. I'm going to stay greedy. Create a token. This will do nothing if I don't have a board, which happens too often. I mean, we're in the colors. It is 2 cards for 1. My curve is awful. Guild Thief has some applications. The straw's a card, the straw's a card, the straw's a card. Treasure. Okay, I don't know if I need 3 Horde Robbers. There's still just a 1/3, right? I'll lose 4 cards. This is actually a great draft. Alright, let's lose 1 Cloak of the Bat. This seems like a great draft card. Double Team seems kind of cool. The Scry 2, I don't know how much I value. Let's drop 1 of them. My 4 drops are just kind of rough. We're kind of heavy there. Alright, I think that's alright. Well, I don't know. Do you want more 4 drops or more 2 drops? You want to have like a chunky mid game? I'm afraid of not being able to do anything until turn 4. Alright, let's give this a shot. Yeah, let's give this a shot. Should be alright for early game plays, you know. Not super heavy on 1 drops. But by turn 2, turn 3, we should have a play pretty much every game. Nearly every game, we should have a play. Two mana. Yikers. Let me know, is that a mulligan? Is that a mulligan? I think it's a mulligan. I don't know, Guild Thief kind of tight. We got a 1-drop. Actually, we got a 1-drop and our Planeswalker, so it's probably a greedy keep. It's a greedy keeper. Oh, I got the chat on where the ad is. My bad, everybody. Think I'd done this before. Let me zoom. I'll bring this down. Maybe this will work. It's a little cramped, but you know, now it's readable. Maybe. Not that I have chatters left. Alright, 1 drop. Let's put let's put this artifact down. Yeah, I'm gonna have to nail down like a regular schedule before I can probably expect people to be here. You know. I've been lucky with the orange card, blue card podcast stuff. People have been pretty excited. I don't really care about the 2-drop play there. I want to get this just I don't want to be stuck with just the 1-3 on this turn. Oh, it has to be equipped. I thought the counter went on the artifact. I should have equipped it. Bruh. Enters the battlefield. Nope. Creatures you control. Can't afford that. Let's take that trade. It still triggers. Yeah, I love Magic, man. Alright, well. Fucking figures. How bad do I want to hit this land drop? Pretty bad. Please be a land on that. Nope. Fuck me. Boy. Alright, well. You know what? He's already seen this one. Fuck it. Damn. Alright, well maybe, you know, they're white, mono white. Oh, they're not mono white. They didn't miss their, I was gonna say they're mono white, maybe they missed a land drop. Okay. What a swing. Tap one creature. That don't seem good. Well, they both fall off this way. Might as well spend the mana now. Alright, well if this guy hits a land drop this turn, I'll be tilted. Alright, doesn't look like it. Oh, you can give it 1/1. Alright, can't block these. It's not as a sorcery, right? Yeah, it's just during your turn. Oh. Alright. Oh, he gets to hit the land drop. Tight. The greedy keep coming back to haunt us. We love that. We love that. Oh boy. This is Death Touch. But will they take that? Gain 1 life and scry 1. Alright, you know, let's see if they take it. Target, but not pay the 2. Let's see if they take this trade. Okay. I expected that. Oh, it still gets its effects though, huh? Oh well. Not doing super hot. Did not draft a good deck at all. Really bad at it. Alright, fair enough. Kept the greedy 2-lander. It did not pay off. Had everything we wanted, of course, right? When you have a bad hand in Magic, you have gas, but you have no land, right? You keep the hand because it looks cracked, because it is cracked if you can pay for it. Alright, sending that back. Alright, here we go. Can pay for everything. Just got 4 turns to draw 1 more. 4 turns. Who's gonna brick a land for 4 turns? Man, my stream setup is. Alright, so land pass. Classic. Classic MTG opener. 22. Ooh, open field. Let's go. Go straight to combat. Hell yeah. 6 drop. Nah. I don't know if that's the play. Right now I'm just trying to spend my mana like efficiently. I don't know if this is really a smart play, especially since I don't have anything immediately to put down and die next to it. But it looks like we're gonna sneak in here for another 1 damage. Okay. I'm gonna deny that. Okay. Well, you know, we called it removal earlier. Really need to get multiple creatures out. I might take this out of this deck. Am I getting... Okay, another one. That makes sense. Well, now at least we get the adventure from it, right? So then be like, what's up, baby? It's Criddle. It's your boy Criddle. He's back. He, she, they. I don't know who it is. Could be not a he. This guy is fucking annoying. Yep. Still not really the target I want to try and sleep on, because he's target creature. Okay, so it could be himself. Just gonna spend this mana right now. Target myself. There we go. Nope. Well, nope. Yikes. Yikes. If he kills, well, I wouldn't have drawn it, but like if they kill my creature on their next turn, I'll be pissed. If I could have just disputed it. That one's rough. Okay, priest will get it. Okay, makes some more sense to chump block with it now. Pay 3 mana or pay 2 to make it unblockable. Do I even care if it's unblockable? I guess I have the mana to spend, right? Like I can block the fucking priest if I need to. And I can just make this unblockable. More creatures, yes. Please, more creatures. So now we chump block, we'll get 2 +1/+1 counters. And we can keep making our boy unblockable. So that's what we want. We want to keep putting chump blockers out, and then we just get bigger. Yeah, we take this. There we go. So really, we just gotta protect our rogue here. Okay, bring over. Fuck that card. That's alright, because we are unblockable. Should I pay 2 mana? Ooh. Oh, there we go. Alright, we're feeling pretty good about this one, right? We're gaining life, we're in our own lane, we're vibing, scrying, thriving. Alright. That's okay. We got a bounce spell. Do we have the mana for both? 3, 4, 6, 8. Block. Oh, now I don't really want to block this, do I? Scorching
chat. Can't wait for season 3 spoilers. All I see everywhere is do things need banning. Yeah, well, you know, that's kind of the. Excuse me. That's kind of like the hot topic, right? Like that's the that's always the hottest topic after any event happens. Is do we need to change something? Are we tired of seeing relatively the same stuff, right? And so far, I don't think it's been an issue. Let's see if he gives me this treasure. Oh, I gotta fix. Oh, I do have to fix the. How about that? Is that better? I don't know if that. Maybe people can hear me, man. I'm so bad at setting up the audio and stuff. Like the sound check will sound all right, and then as soon as I start actually going live, the light fucks up, autofocus kicks in, all that shit. The one time I've turned the autofocus off, you know, I got like this weird like circular halo stuff around me. It's weird, man. But yeah, I think that's just like, I think Aspire used the term normie content the other day, like not in a disparaging way. I think the ban list stuff kind of falls close to that. I haven't really said anything about season 3. You know, when I don't even know. So what do people mean when they say seasons, right? Like I thought we were still in season 1. I thought we haven't finished a year yet. Like we haven't finished an actual season as far as I thought. Like that's how I was thinking. I was thinking season 2 is like after the Hero League Championship. Like you haven't crowned a champion, so we don't really have you know, we don't really have like a season in the books yet. At least that's how I saw it. I absolutely can't attack here, and it makes me sad. But as far as like the do things need banning, I think that's just a very normal type of content. That's just like a really normal conversation. Yeah, I think it's promo season. I think that's what people really are referring to. And I get that. I think they're referring to promo season. Yeah, I was going to lose everything here. First strike, yeah. But yeah, I think it's based on the promo season is the best I can tell. And as far as like for season 3 spoilers, hey, I drew a land. That's why I don't like Magic. I hate the land system. As far as season 3 goes, you know, I want set 3. Like I want a whole new set of cards. I think a lot of the discourse around bans, you know, is still limited with the fact that like there's only so many cards, there's only so many options, right? Like I talked in my stupid hour-long video that people like to argue without watching. I talked in that about how if you ban Asui, but you look at the rest of the top 16, you look at all the decks, right? Like Tokoyami and Asui are the ones people are most upset about because it's like the most obvious when they just straight dunk people turn 2, and like it's the most obvious when they just go over the top and kill you regardless of what cool defense you thought you had. But all the other decks in the top 16 are just doing their best to do what Asui and Tokoyami do with their own support. You know, Jiro is looking for the Momo cards to do the closest thing to Tokoyami that she can do. You know, like Staff Strike slash I guess you'd call it the Dark Shadow Ruin Enhance, right? Like the everything Norse progressive, the Crow and Frog, everything. Oh, he did that on my turn. Ha ha! That's what I get for not paying attention. I fucking suck at card games. I just helped him out. Actually hilarious. I don't I don't actually get to play. I get to play this. All right, whatever. Oh, I don't get to play this. All right, love it. I was like, is this really like a control matchup where I'm gonna have to draw a million cards and wait? And I guess it is. Anyhow, in the video, right, I do this side-by-side comparison of all the cards doing their best to do the things that Tokoyami and Sue do. The thing is that Tokoyami and Sue are like at least appearingly reliant on it. You know, Tokoyami doesn't have many other builds or any other obvious ideas other than, you know, you pick up Summon Dark Shadow and then you play the cards that play the best with Summon Dark Shadow, which includes Dark Shadow Ruin. So then, you know, you're already looking at like how many cards I can put into my card pool. I mean, Crone Frog has his name on the enhance, right? So readying foundations, ignoring progressive, that's what he does. Like, that's what his kit is designed to do, and that's what the other decks are trying to do. So it just seems like if you get rid of Sue or Tokoyami, you know, you're just kind of deciding who gets to do these things, you know. You're deciding that they do it maybe a little too much or too easily, but you're not really changing the landscape of the format that much. It's, you know, you're probably requiring a few more pieces, or you're requiring like the natural draw element, but then you look at a Momo that's also clearing progressive difficulty and tutoring up, you know, the combo pieces when they're necessary. So, and you don't have to play Staff Strike Momo either. Like, you don't have to do exactly that, but usually those decks are also recouping their costs for things like Cannon Blast a lot. So this doesn't do anything when I drop it. This blocks one. It's mana inefficient. I can kill one and -2 this. Oh boy, this is not looking great. Oh, he can gain life and just kill me. That was a mistake. But yeah, so like when it really comes down to season 3, like I'm so focused on, and like when it comes to season 3 and when it comes to the ban list discussions, like I'm just focused on seeing like a different style of offense. Like I'd like to see Ojiro decks, right? Like I can give you a perfect example of a deck that probably wouldn't do those things. Like the Ojiro float combo decks are cool, but there's more points of interaction. It's like an actual combo deck. You can like disrupt it more normally, like however you want to put it. You know, like the win condition of it is different than just vomiting all your attacks at somebody. And I guess I don't really want to. I guess I equip this now anyway. I don't think I want to attack. I think I'm scared he has some kind of weird. Yeah, he's got flash. But yeah, like Ojiro is like a perfect example of a deck that's gonna do stuff a different way. Eraserhead is similar, but the fact that like some of his best plays involve acceleration kick clearing your card pool kind of invalidates the idea that you're not using the same style and tactics. So really, you know, if you ban Fourth Kind, you're just saying that we don't want a deck that can expose the early game weaknesses. You know, he cheats things in like a very blasé sort of way, but you know, he's still simply saying I can play more cards, you know, easier than you would expect without overcommitting, without leaving myself open. Wow, speaking of leaving myself open. Damn, I suck at draft. I gotta change something up. Let's get more creatures in here. Let's get more creatures. Let's get rid of this synergies. Yeah, I fucking suck at draft, bro. Also, thanks for the first time chat, Matt. You should plug your own channel more. Fuck it, we'll put this creature in too. But yeah, so like when it comes to season 3, like the promos and the spoilers, like I'm not super, like I don't really care about the promo season. I want to see more cards. You know, I don't want to complain about the same cards just because they're the only cards around, right? Like, you know, if you're somebody who wants to play powerful, the keyword powerful, and there's only so many powerful attacks to play. Like, you know, you can't really sit there and go, oh my god, it's so stale. Like, it's only 2 sets. So I do think it's wild to me, the power level, like the overall power level. I get that they're trying to keep it like offensive oriented, like offensive games do sell a little better. Offensive formats generally, you know, like the way people talk about them online might not be as favorable, but generally people, like sales wise, they prefer more aggressive formats. So, you know, they're trying to make sure that attacking doesn't seem so helpless and lost, and yet you can absolutely get to a board state where attacking makes you feel, you know, kind of hopeless. So that kind of stuff is, you know, remained, like building up a good enough defense. Like, it is weird to say that like defense is dominating when the defense by itself doesn't dominate. The defense purely backed by the threat of like the same Nutty Butters offense is what's dominating. Yeah, I want to see new cards. Cheerleader, though, is a really good card. Cheerleader, I have to remember exactly what it does. I think it's discard a momentum to flash something, right? It's like, I think it either removes or flips and you need a momentum to flash something. I'm cool with that. I think it's weird that a defensive card requires an offensive resource, but we've seen it with barrier, and like it's supposed to be like, oh, if you play offense and stuff, but that's like a defensive card for going first. So I don't really know, like the first thing, just for example, becomes blocked. Okay. For example, the first thing that myself and some of my locals said when we saw Cheerleader was, oh great, this card doesn't save me turn 2. You know? Like this, like unless I'm Danky 2 dot, you know, I assume it still has chaos. Like this card does nothing for me turn 2, and so that's kind of frustrating, but that's only because that's where the focal point of defense really is right now. And you know, it just seems like a huge reward for going first. But that's, you know, that's a microcosm, like hot take. Like obviously once you have a momentum or you're playing a character that gets momentum and you play it down, you can really start to grind things out. But that's, you know, that was just my first take on the card. Murder Clee says, I just started playing Arena. Ooh, I counter 2 things and take 2 long reading cards. And I auto-win because you're roping people. Your opponent's rage quit. You get the auto-win because you took as long to read cards as I did in the drafting part. Yeah, that can be kind of a thing. I actually, for a while over COVID, I was sticking to like fan formats, like Gladiator, like Discord, like LOL dead game formats. And so you definitely have to be respectful there because people aren't going to just quit. You know, you went and found a match with somebody. So if you take too long with that. So I got good at reading. I got pretty good like playing wise because they were playing all the historic stuff. The Gladiator format's like everything that's on Arena. And, you know, I was like, oh shit, here's, you know, like I know Inquisition of Kozilek, but I don't know like all the other fucking cards with Kozilek in the name, for example. So, you know, I had to learn all that stuff pretty fast. I think on offense is what I really want it for. In Jiro, you can flash your 9+ damage, grab, lift, and ignore throw. Oh, so it can be used to flash any attack? That's pretty cool. That definitely makes it a better card overall. I think Toru's game plan of flashing throws at people is already like a cool game plan. It just seems so insanely slow for a 6-hander who's like gonna struggle to, you know, draw cards on defense. Jiro definitely can do a lot better with peeking and using Destin. So I definitely dig the flash a throw at people. I don't like the idea that Jiro now gets to use flash offensively at people, so that one's kind of rough, but it's a cool card. It's definitely an effect that the game needed in some way or another. And this guy, there's no way my fucking Gizrai gets to block this, right? There's just no world where he doesn't gain life on that. Yeah, I have 0 magic knowledge going in, so still learning. I just like they got vampires and Japanese cyberpunk. Yeah, the Japanese cyberpunk stuff was definitely going to be a big hit with weebs out there. Oh, here we go. Fun time. We got fun time. I thought the Return to Kamigawa stuff was kind of neat. It was a little over the top. It was a little like typical, I guess. Like not typical, but it was just kind of like an obvious sort of, we cannot go back to Kamigawa. We have to do something different, and they're really, really, really stretching the limitations of where a Magic plane can be, right? Like, they've basically done a bunch of contemporary stuff after doing like classic Nordic fairy tales and like the Germanic fairy tales and stuff like that. So pretty interesting. Protection fighting style. I don't know about that. All right. I don't know about that one. So if they want to attack, they get -1/-1, which is going to kill this stupid little flyer. And then I guess I just have to block and protect Tasha. Like, she's just my win condition now. Vampires are kind of cool, but the vampires have been like around forever, and it felt like they were just rehashing like old vampire mechanics and then making artifact. Why do artifacts matter a lot? They just basically were like, oh, is this bounce? Okay, only creatures. But yeah, the artifact matters vampires seemed kind of weird, but I didn't hate it. My favorite vampires are, I think, the Ixalan vampires. The ones that are like conquistadors. So those ones are like my favorite. Sketch says, yeah, that's why I like it is any attack. But is also more Toru support, and I hope she gets better. It has a Toru enhance on it too. I thought it was a form. I think it's form flippy both build one. But she is a cool character. A lot of people have been sideboarding her, and like, it just seems like they're just slowing the game down. Like, not to be rude, right? Like, I don't think that they're like, you know, scumming anyone or slow playing, or like, I'm not saying that, but it definitely seems like I haven't really seen a Toru win a game that like literally any other character just playing one attack a turn couldn't win. She definitely does what she wants to on defense, but like actually, like, it's sort of the Momo thing, right? Like, people were like, her defense is top notch, but how does she actually win? And she's got more going for her on offense than Toru does. That's just kind of how I feel. I never get to do the response to bounce things to their hand, which makes me sad. But I also haven't focused on just playing a Toru deck, so that kind of stuff could change a lot. If they just add like one more bounce to hand card, you could legitimately get some hand clock going. I would absolutely love to play Sound Waves in her, put 2 foundations on top of my opponent's deck, and they're like, oh, I just don't have a high block, or they just really don't want to block. And then you blow up a foundation, all of a sudden you know they're going to have like 3 foundations. You know, they're going to have to like review that one foundation, essentially. So I love stuff like that. Do I have blockers? I have 2. I can kill 1. Sick. This is starting to turn around. Let's play Guild Thief. Let's play the Gizrai. And let's kill... The Unicorn grows, but this thing is fucking annoying me that it's coming back. This one has the most attack, but I'm down to block it. Man. Yeah, this thing's just annoying me, even though the right answer is probably the Unicorn. Yeah, I definitely think that flashing my own attack, I want to see that become like way more important. Plus Ultra, still kind of really strong into that flash plan though. So that's kind of a thing. But I definitely at one point had the water froppy with the Toru sideboard, and my side was like 4 tape swing and 4 grasping tape toss and a Toru, you know? And I think that was back when Jose was running the 1 tape toss main board, and I was just like, there's only wall cling. Wall cling's the only thing, so. Oh, my. My Nightbot caught the Linoco spam. Uh-oh. I don't know. I got commands if you guys want to use. Oh, you have to click on a link to see him? That's kind of whack. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a copy pasta command for Nightbot, but I never got around to it. You can try this though, Linoco. You can type in Kamui to get Ain't Nobody Playing Kamui Woods. We got the Andrew Holder command. If you wanna, I think that's everyone. We can get the Andrew Holder command. Or I should probably choose a blocker, huh? All right, you didn't pump it last time. You didn't pump it this time. I can dig that. Let's do this again. This guy's building up a legit offense here. It's kind of spooking me. I'm gonna have to like steal something soon. I'm not really digging it. I should also hit this command real quick. I'm doing my best to keep everything uploaded to YouTube, so if you guys, miss anything, if you come in halfway, you want to check out the old, the original Pokemon design broadcast, I'm going to have that uploaded pretty soon if it's not already done uploading. I don't have the best technology here, but I try to stay on top of it. Murder Cleese talking about playing in order Kirogiri. Siding into 4th kind. That's kind of backwards, right? That's normally the opposite. And he was against True Champion Steven playing Staff Strike Jiro at locals. Oh, dude, you run to True Champ Steven at locals? He's your local. Man, I got to move out to California. I got to get to California. TCS coming to Gen Con. I don't know exactly who TCS. Oh, True Champ Steven. Duh. He's asking Murder Cleese. Okay. I'm on top of it today, folks. I think I'm about to lose my win condition here. 1 card away from a deck out. Nice. I had a Jiro at my locals kill me with they had just checked their last card and they're like, does this kill you or do you actually want me to cycle? And I was like looking at like a +9/+9. I was like, nah, man, let's go to game 3. Favorite part of spoiler season is people saying so much stuff needs banning before even playing with it. Yeah, like Recovery Girl, crazy. Yeah, thanks for coming in, Linoco. Enjoy your lunch, man. Let me know what you get. I'm a nosy dude when it comes to food and lunches. Like I'm always curious what people are eating. I'm not like a foodie picture guy, but I always take inspiration from people around me. I'm very indecisive when it comes to getting food. Yeah, he lives super close. True Champ Steven lives super close to you. I hooked him up with Staff Strikes because I own 9. Well, there you go, being the homie, growing the community. And you should get him on True Champ's stream one day. Just have you guys playing like paper UVS in front of everybody. Oh, this man's just trying to get a sandwich. Okay, Linoco, are you someone who believes that sandwiches are better if you make them yourself, or if someone makes it for you? Because I personally believe that if someone else makes a sandwich for you, it's always going to taste better than if you use the same ingredients to make one yourself. That's just, my experiences. Oh, that messed everything up. That's just how it's always worked out for me. And I've had people say I'm crazy. My light's going crazy now. There we go. It came off the bearing somehow. But people have always told me, different things. I think if someone makes it for you, it tastes like love. But people have told me that only you know how to make the best sandwich for you. And so it tastes better if you make it yourself. But I don't know. Especially, like, what if you find someone who knows how to make it exactly how you want it, right? They taste the same. All sandwiches taste better when in triangles? Okay, but do they have to be cut into fourths? Do they have to be 4 little triangles? Because I do the long triangle thing. I do like a really snobby, like long angular cut usually. Oh, my chat on stream. I'm the worst, man. I'm trying to fit everything into this goofy little design I got going. I got everything kind of just slapped together. There we go. I'll be a real streamer one day, guys. I promise. It's harder than it looks. There's a lot of little things. A lot of little stuff to stay on top of. I have a land. All right, later, Linoco. Thanks for checking in, man. A couple hours from now, we'll have Phil in here. We'll be chatting it up about organized play. We'll be having some frank discussions. Probably nothing people haven't really heard already, but I wanted to make sure that we organized our thoughts when it came to stuff like this, because it's easy to run our mouths. Like, it's super easy to just say, things have to be better, and I'm really disappointed with how it worked, and blah, 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 right? Like, so much blah, blah, blah. But I think it's important that as people who put ourselves out there, we actually have some goalposts. So that's really what I wanted to, sort of establish. All right, I did not get to bluff. Pumping up my creature, but I will put down the Planeswalker. I do want to talk about what Sketch was talking about with the Recovery Girl thing, man. It's so weird it's weird to me that the discourse around characters like Mineta 2 and Recovery Girl are like, oh my god, this character is insane. How come no one can tell that this character is gonna break the game upside down into circles? And yet a card like Sugar Rush Power Up was generally just seen as like, oh, what a neat card. This probably kills people. Like, that frustrated me because I was like, these symbols did not need help killing people. These symbols did not need the offensive hand trap that they essentially got, to close out a game. It turns out that with cards like Learning the Standards coming out, maybe Tokoyami did actually need that. But at the same time, a card like Go for the Win plays around it all the time. I don't know how many times you guys have used Learning the Standards, but about half the time I have used it or had someone use it against me, I have just played an action as a form, and it did virtually nothing. So, that's super coincidental. Not every symbol has an action as a form, but the ones that really don't, they probably just played a foundation as a form and then staff striked me or something, right? Like it's a Jiro deck that I don't want to do that with. So sacrifice a permanent. I'll get rid of the stupid fucking artifact. Never actually scales up for me to matter. What creatures you got, buddy? His ability was removed perpetually, but he still gets haste. He's gonna give me the 1/3. I don't like that. I'd really like to pop the ultimate on this character. Really bad. Boy. Let me target this creature, deal my 1 damage, drop this in, sacrifice, that's fine, tick up, and we'll have to chump block. Man, my draft sucks. My drafting skills are absolute ass. I've done okay in like 1 or 2 universes drafts, but yeah, see, now she's just dead. I could take out his Earth Cult Elemental, but I lose my whole board and I keep her. Oh my. You know, I can draw cards. Fuck it. This is not the right play. This is not the right play. That is not a blocker. That is not a scry 2. That is also not a block. Okay, well, you know. At least it'll just be a 2-1. It's ridiculous, but it happens in every game. The worst part is people raging at companies about why did they print this. 99% of the time the card's fine. Another example was Cementos. You know, the Cementos thing is weird. I remember 1 or 2 people going crazy about Cementos. And I remember thinking to myself, man, I don't trust their card evaluation skills. You know? That's just kind of how it is to me. Like, I didn't see too many people going crazy about Cementos. But the people that were like, oh my god, he's just gonna eventually snowball out of control. And when I saw Cementos, the first thing I thought was, can he be 8 hand size by his 2nd turn? No? Then I don't give a fuck. Like, I genuinely don't care about that character until there's something insane. Like, you know, if new training method let him pull stuff out of the discard pile, and then he got to just, like, he has to be attacked before he can even up his hand size most of the time. So I just wasn't that worried about it. He doesn't even have the full 34 health. Yeah, he's just he might be a design issue going forward, right? He might be something you have to design around, but I mean, they're printing characters with deadlock abilities now. So, and everyone thinks it's really fun. Like, everyone thinks that the new All Might looks really cool. And they like to draw cards when they play Smash cards. So, yeah, Cementos just gets hurt by so much. He's so slow. This is a format where people like Christopher Bromley and I are like begging to get to turn 3 like regularly. And like then when people get to turn 3, they play 1 and pass until they have 27 foundations as Kirishima 2, you know. So really interesting stuff. Like, there's still a really deep meta to play around. It's sort of, the meta is just sort of barricaded by having the threat of insane aggression, which is fairly normal. That's not like something to go crazy about. Like, that's not something super revolutionary. That being said, it definitely didn't seem like turn 2 was the turn to be afraid. So it was almost like the kind of thing where, because of turn 3, like, because that super great offensive potential really kicked in turn 3, it was almost like turn 2 aggression was really bad, and then you couldn't establish like a foothold. But at the same time, I've always thought that momentum uses were really strong in most formats, and that's really where you get It's really where you get your late game, is when a character like actually needs to have momentum and doesn't just get it all in the same turn. Cough, danky one. The instant explosive release Giro builds, you know. Man, I don't know what to do. I can't do both of these back to back, and it makes me sad. I think I still bounce one. I think hopefully he puts cards into one of these monsters I want to bounce. I certainly can't bounce them on my turn. I could have bounced that before it attacked. Yeah, it's... I mean, like, if you talk to me in person, you know, if you catch me just casually talking about the game, right? Like, you know, it probably sounds a little different than the way I sound now, because right now I'm broadcasting to everybody, and like, you know, it's not about what I want. Like, it's not about what I prefer. It's about the balance. It's about the actual, wow, Jesus, this guy actually, how does he have so many fucking cards, man? I'm playing the blues. I got the blue card. I don't have half the fucking cards he has. Look at this board. I got a board wipe in this format. But like I think a lot of people do realize we're still only in set 2. I think they really are just like amazed at specific design choices. And I think a big part of that's because when something beats you in this game, it beats you like immediately. It beats you hard and fast and like on this turn. I think when something beats you in Magic the Gathering, there's like this false representation of playing the game. And you see that from like competitive players who scoop on turn 2 to a sideboard piece, you know? I think it's called Dragon's Claw. It's like whenever someone plays a red spell, whenever someone casts a red spell, you just gain 1 life. And so it's like all these red decks that drop 1/1s that eventually will get blocked, like they just lose the race. So they have mathematically almost no reason to play it out. So I think that happens a lot in Magic, and people just sort of have accepted that in Magic that you're playing a deck who's weak to stuff like that. And in our game, you're blessed. Yeah, you're blessed with a better chance of winning those bad matchups. And so it kind of comes back to haunt you because you feel like you have a chance in this, you know, just for the example, Dragon's Claw matchup. And so you play 20 minutes of the round and still lose to it. And every turn you're playing cards, for example, into it, just going, oh man, my board state's getting worse and worse. My board state's getting worse. And it's like, would you rather have a game where you scoop to your opponent playing the first copy of Sound Waves while you're at like full health, but they have a momentum? Or would you rather have a card game where, you know, they still have to make all those checks, right? Like, when it comes to getting turn 2'd, the one thing I can say about it is usually your opponent and you technically like had a lot of chances to interact. Turn 2, you have like your worst interaction, of course, but you know, it is what it is. And so losing to Dragon's Claw on turn 1 or turn 2 because it's like a sideboard thing and you have to go to game 3 now, or you know, maybe you lost game 1, whatever, like, you know, you're okay with losing after sideboard in a game that prints stuff like that. Because we don't have silver bullet cards like that, like Ultra Compressed Weights doesn't do anywhere near the work that Dragon's Claw does in those matchups where it's important. And so because we don't have cards like that, it gets really frustrating because there's no obvious answer. You really do just have to like adapt and play into really, you know, really powerful offenses. And selling out to play defense doesn't feel good when you don't get to leverage that. You know, when you draw up your hand and you just have to play defense again, it feels so bad because everything's so swingy. But, like, imagine just getting land screwed in Magic for 4 turns. Like, you're getting baited into not playing this game. Whereas at least in Universes, it has the decency to be over with. You know, it has the decency of, like, not making you wish you scooped most of the time. Even if it doesn't feel good afterwards, if that makes sense. Like, the game didn't feel good, but you still don't really just wish that you scooped. When I play, like, competitive Magic events and stuff, because I don't know the formats typically, I'm just showing up to, like Vegas has a bunch of events, so I'll just show up, you know, get some promos, flip them, whatever, like, just hang out, take in the experience. I don't have a ton of Magic the Gathering playing friends. And, like, it's just a totally different environment. Like, there's times where people are very confused why I'm not scooping, because I'm clearly going to lose. And, like, I just don't have that mentality built into me because most of my gameplay is casual with friends. And, you know, the games aren't that lopsided. And then the card games I have played, you know, rather competitively are the kind that have rebound mechanics. And the rebound mechanic for this game is blistering offense, is overwhelming offense most of the time. Especially with the number crunch. Like, I think the high numbers from Standard was meant to make the rebound mechanic, the fact that you only had to land 2 attacks. You know, if someone left themselves completely open from all these powerful defensive tools in that format. And I think in this format, the rebound mechanic is the fact that you can just play so many cards. That's just the easiest way to get around defense. You know, if your opponent really can only block so many times, you know, you can mathematically just win. It's how my Dinky deck worked. It just went, you have 5 blocks, I have 9 attacks. Seems fair. You know, I have... You know, you have nearly your entire hand size in blocking potential, and I have nearly double that in attacking potential. And I won a lot of games off just blocking 1 or 2 attacks and people just being like, huh, I didn't expect Dinky to block. Like, you know, just blocking with an earphone jack twice, like blocking with 2+1 high blocks, like a double jab. People are like, oh, wow. I didn't expect you to just check a 5 and tap your character to block. Like, you know, there's many levels to this game, you know. I think do I draw this? That's probably bad. I think I'm just going to draw an extra card here. I think that the barrier, you know, between the casual hot take and, like, people who really understand the game is still kind of thick, or like they're close together. The proximity is not great, but, like, the barrier is still thick. So that's still something I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out, like, where I fall on that. And card evaluation is nearly impossible. I'll really say that. Like, I really think it's actually close to impossible to accurately evaluate cards, if only because we're so used to evaluating cards by, like, their costs. And in this game, cost is so fluid to a game plan. You know, like, you know, in Magic, you're just like, here's a 1-drop. Here's everything you can do with 1 mana. And you can evaluate it based on whether or not you do it turn 1. You know, you evaluate it based on, you know, stuff you do with it. I'm going to need this later. Yeah, all right. But so I think that's really the biggest thing is character evaluations are tough because there's an entire card pool. You know, there's an entire, there's entire decks you'd have to build around the character. And while archetypes are pretty fleshed out, and, like, set 1 was very much, you know, set 1, you play your cards, right? Like, if you're keyword gated, you probably just play those keywords, you know, splash a couple tech tech attacks, you know, a couple tech cards. But as the card pool gets deeper, you know, you can run nearly any package in a character that's not keyword gated. And we didn't see a lot of keyword gating in Standard, so like characters were really just evaluated. Characters were just evaluated on how much they could play like the best attacks, right? Like it was very obvious. You know, like I remember the story of like someone, I think it was Scott Summon, tried to convince Mark Tyner to play Moonset in a fucking guild deck, I think it was, and it was like, damn, bro, I know it doesn't gain you 2 life, but it's such a strong control piece. But like there's someone who's just straight up saying like that effect is not that good. You know, that effect is like not what this deck needs, even though it's the premier ultra rare from that set for sure. So card evaluation is crazy. This is a sorcery. Oh boy. Sure. I don't like it. But I need a turn. I need a reprieve. Yeah, I don't know how to evaluate cards in a vacuum. It seems like when people are evaluating cards, they don't stop to agree on the parameters in the first place. You know, it's like, is this in a vacuum? Is this compared to other formats? Is this historically? Is this in its own format? You know, you'll hear people make excuses like, well, it's only because of this character. You know, stuff like that, where it's like, I don't really know the rules. I don't know what our engagement is based on. This dude's still attacking me. I'm pretty much fucked. Guess I can block that. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I had to make him do it. Well, no land again. What a cool game. What just a sick game. Just what a tight system. I don't think there's anything I can do. If I jump to 6, that's 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 1. That kills my blockers. He has no creatures in his discard pile. Yeah, man, we're just done. We're just done with this draft. I don't think we won a single game. I have no clue. Hey, we finally hit our 5th land. What's he at? 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're fucking almost half his land at the end if we didn't draw 2 cards. Love it. Alright, let's do some Pokemon design. I fucking hate the land system in Magic. It's like a cool, you know, they do all kinds of cool stuff. It's the OG, but like getting land screwed, just like it, you know, it's like the Simic symbol, like the Simic colors, right? You get ramp and card draw, so you can play more cards, you can see more of your deck, and they're like, why is every good card in Simic? And it's like, no wonder. It goes back to the card evaluation thing. It's like, what kind of a deck are you putting these cards in? You know, how good is the card if it doesn't go in a good deck? All right. So, was anybody in chat here last time? Is this anybody new? Anybody have any questions from what they see? I've got the start up here. Let me fix this. Let me just transition this over here. It's a little rusty, but Let me see. Let me see if I can fix this. Oh no. Alright. I'm just going to leave it like that for now. It's a little... You know the types. You know the types they are. Let me slide this over. So I've got the characters I'm going to work on. You know, and I've got some goals. I want to remain flavorful. I want to have everything be, you know, mechanically unique. I want to have unique mechanics amongst the different characters and their kits. And I want to respect the game's mechanics. So I don't want to do too much of a character that just says ignore something. I don't want to do too much of a character that cheats momentum, you know, too much control check bonusing, right? We want to respect those. We want abilities based around that to be not sacred, but, you know, kept in mind. Keep in mind that those are our core mechanics. The same way we just mentioned how, like, oh, of course the decks at ramp are going to be the best decks, basically. So usually, you know, it's a strong mechanic. So the pitfalls to avoid: the type weakness and super effectiveness. I just don't want to go through and like mark every card and just add a whole new, like, that's a whole new mechanic. You know, that's basically changing how a huge part of the game works. I don't know how I would really do it. You could maybe make like a generic typing chart thing, but that doesn't seem good for this kind of a contest. I'm already doing way too much. And then we don't want to copy the Pokemon TCG. Taking inspiration from it, like Wailord is going to be like a stall deck for sure. It's just unkillable. That's definitely going to be part of it. And then oversaturating the evolution. You know, I basically kept it all the Eevee. I didn't want to do like evolution for every single character, especially with the My Hero style of balance. It seemed like it'd be like a tough thing to kind of deal with. As far as, well, that fucked everything up. It would be difficult to work stacking into that. And, like, the evolution is so clearly a 7th cross, Angels, Cyrith, and Alara sort of a thing that I wanted to not fuck around with it. So, and then, other than that, I wanted to represent as many types as possible. They're cut off on the screen, but, you know, you can tell what type Pikachu is. I don't have any repeats except flying, which flying is kind of tacked on, so, you know. Someone was talking about your Denki list and was curious on the lack of Ready, Set, Go. Opinions. I don't remember it being hit on in the video. Apologies. It wasn't talked about in the video. So with Ready, Get, Set, Go, a lot of my hands were clogged with assets, like when I tried it. I knew that plus ultra was something I wanted to run. Plus one high blocks wasn't something I was really hurting for, and in testing it just never produced. It never seemed to come through. A lot of times if I draw into it later in a turn, there's a lot of card draw going through that deck, so if I draw into it later in a turn, it gets kind of weird. I just wasn't hurting for attacks. You know, I pretty much never had to dig for an attack. All I had to do was get momentum and have a sound waves. So, yeah, it never really seemed that relevant. And I've never seen people really capitalize. Most of the time I see that card get used, the person who used it still loses, still going second. A lot of the times they'll build out like an absolutely massive board and still just hold like 3 cards. A lot of times they forget to draw their extra card because they just built 2 cards on their opponent's turn. And the biggest thing is just that it, like, I wouldn't end up with a better build because of it. I'd end up with relatively the same build and maybe a couple more blocks. And that kind of, like, my deck wasn't built to block a lot. Ready, Get, Set, Go is huge in decks that can block 5 attacks. My deck could block 3 attacks on average, you know, or 3 attacks at most. I mean, not like, you know, 2 on average, 3 at most. I didn't run Specialist of Sound because I didn't have any trouble blocking the 1 or 2 attacks, especially with an encouraging training partner out. But I was never going to block like the 4th, the 5th. I wasn't going to be blocking like deep, late Giro strings. I was going to block with plus ultra and once with encouraging training partner and maybe once on the first attack that's 5 speed. So, yeah, the deck is just, it's not built with like basic concepts in mind. The Denki list is built specifically because I took the cards I like and I just kept playing the deck and playing the deck and playing the deck. And found out it was just very easy to put together an OTK kill turn against even some of the best defensive setups. That being said, in testing, I never turned 2 to anybody, basically. But then in Orlando, people would leave themselves open all day. And it's not to say that every win was a turn 2, but it just was like weirdly easy to turn 2 people. And I lost to a deck that I went first against twice because I bricked game 2 basically. I didn't put together a super cool OTK turn and I just didn't have time to assemble it. And I think in game 1 they just had like the right block zones, right, and just like the right setup. I don't remember specifically, but I remember thinking like my deck is not performing anything it did day 1. Like day 2, my deck was almost like a different deck. It like did not draw super cool hands and then got flattened immediately, and that's fine because that's how I built the deck. I built it to not play defense. I built it to survive turn 2, but pretty much never to survive turn 3. And I didn't see turn 3. Like no one killed me on turn 3. The decks that beat me turn 2 in the kind of turns that it didn't matter who I was. The kind of turns that I would have needed to be Momo and have release out and be at 0 foundations to survive. So that kind of stuff was all right. And a lot of that comes down to variance, of course. But a lot of times people would just go first. They drop their second hand and go, man, this only kills you if you block literally nothing and then build and pass the turn. Or spend 2 cards from their hand to put me at 8. And it's like, okay, well, you're now going into my turn. You can block 3 attacks at most. If these are all 0 speed, you're blocking 3 of these at most. And I can do the math on these cards in my hand. Typically, I'd have to draw 1 more attack, but like between Latent Skill and Destined and, just like 1 copy of Unwavering, like that's pretty good odds. And, it was just really easy to just go, okay, this is 5, this is plus 6 is 11, plus 8 is 19, plus 5 is 23, plus 5 is 28, plus 6 is 34, and you can block up to 10 of this, That's, you have 20 life, you can block like 10 of this damage. So, did not ever get any use out of Ready, Get, Set, Go. Whether it was my opponent just didn't build 3, my opponent would build a freaking asset. I would have assets in my hand. It just, a lot of times I'd end up like it only felt decent going second because of the partial mulligan. And even then I would like respond, build 2 from my hand, respond to get another 1 out of my hand, and then review an attack, draw like 5 cards to go up to 8, and still just like build 2, And it was like not good. So it did not help. For like a 70 card Denki deck, maybe. If it's a Denki deck where you really have to like go through and draw like a ton of cards, I could see it. If you weren't playing assets or plus ultras at all for some reason, like you have to modify the deck around it. But once you put the assets in, Ready, Get, Set, Go gets pretty weird. A lot of the 60 plus card decks still had like 3 copies of it in the deck. They can sort of like mulligan around it defensively and like especially for going second. But I just didn't have many high cost foundations. Oh, I can also fail it. If I check a 2 to play ready, get, set, go, I actually just fail it. So playing it with 2 checks definitely doesn't feel super great either, because you might keep a hand that says, okay, well, if they build 3, I'm fine. And if they build more than 3, I get to respond, and then I'm really good off. And then you fail it, and they built like 5 on you. So it's a really personal choice, I think, to play that card. But it also really comes down to, are you an asset-heavy deck? Are you an action-heavy deck? Are you a foundation-heavy deck? And I was an attack and an asset-heavy deck that still played actions. Please don't. You have Punch and Judy, bro. You have Punch and Judy. It's called Sugar Rush. It utilizes your discard pile to fucking dunk your opponent from the hand. Punch and Judy absolutely exists. Just because the other ability on it doesn't reduce damage doesn't mean it's not this format's Punch and Judy. Like, Sugar Rush is a Luxac deck. Go for the Win is a Luxac deck. If you want to play a Luxac deck, play All Might Trueform. Play the Howitzer Impact Cyclone Detroit Smash deck. Oh, actually, you want a Luxac deck, play Gravedigger Toga, my dude. I got the fucking deck for you. Play Death Toga with Alleyway Ambush and Price for Peace. That's a Luxac deck. Yeah, I agree. I love the list. I made a few small changes. Toru in the board, 1 lift main, and 2 in board. Okay, so you put the gravity lift in. Yeah, I was talking at my locals last night. Someone was talking to me about how, like, I can't believe these Denkies don't value gravity lift. And, you know, me and my friend Brandon Jones kind of looked at each other, and I was like, in set 1, I was all about it because it is a guaranteed Denki trigger, right? Like, you know, pretty much just wall cling stops it, right? So if they don't have a wall cling, it's another way to get Denki off. Throw also was hurting on Eraserhead, and people were really high on him. But now we have more throw hate. I don't like to use my Sports Festival Stadium on the attack that I'm not gonna once per game on. Like, I'm planning my once per game around Electric Jolt. And in this deck, Gravity Lift and Electric Jolt serve relatively the same function. And the 5 difficulty made it so I never wanted to play it. The 5 difficulty is a big reason why I didn't play 1.3 million a lot. The other reason is I just felt like people had the low block and were ready for it. Like, if I can't put speed on it, like if Earphone Jack is tapped, if they don't have cards in their card pool, etc., etc., if it's not like they need to have a +1 low and check a 6 to live, like, I just didn't feel like playing it, and I didn't need to. So the 5 difficulty just made Gravity Lift never come into play. Lifting things out of my card pool always seems superfluous. It fucked up my double jab combos, so I couldn't do it. Like, a lot of times when I was testing it, the trying to play Gravity Lift turn 2 would fucking kill me because I would check a 3, but my hand is clunky and it's a bad block, so I can't just hold it. Yeah, I had it as a 1-0 for a long time, and I just did not like it. So it's interesting. Like, with it in the Toru in the sideboard, that's one of her best plays. And like, Jiro puts a bunch of speed on, or a bunch of damage on it, and she can get the +2 to the check now, play it on a 7 as a 9 damage throw. That I'm totally down for. I had Gravity Lift as a plus ultra target, right? You want to double the damage on a throw? Absolutely down for that. But it just never worked out in practice. It let my opponent use Faith Shield on me early, and I was like, well, I have to save this for Electric Jolt. So it was like a risky attack with almost no payoff. And I felt like I got more out of playing generally weaker and safer, lower difficulty attacks. Now that people have played against it, like, where people have seen it, I don't know how effective it'll be, right? Like, everyone knows I don't play 1.3 million, like, I just have it in the deck. So I think the evolution for Denki is finding speed, which probably means playing order, which kind of sucks, because then you have to check blindly. You don't get to play like mega greedy, but you get to hit more often. So there's that. Speaking of Danky, I wonder if I should start with the Pikachu kit or if I should work. I think I want to start with Crobat. I think I want to work my way back up. Because Crobat's going to be like the reversal character and the burn character. And then Tyranitar is also going to be a burn character. So I think I want to work on the burn effects first. Let me pop on over here. Let's start doing some Crobat design. Yeah, I totally understand the gravity lift from the Jiro and the Toru plan. Like, I 100% get that because it's super important for Toru to play throws, in my opinion. Like, it's just super duper important. It's part of her identity to me. If Air gets a really sick second throw, like if they get another throw soon, I could be down for some Toru main board, honestly. Toru at Sports Festival and Unwavering, like to get around Face Shield, I'm down for that. It just feels weird to be a six-hander with no innate card draw. No card advantage. So let's get Crobat. We'll just get his abilities up here so I can see while I'm making the cards. So I got Crobat as an Air, Water, Void reversal character. Oop. 627, which means we'll probably have to put a little bit of card draw, a little defensive draw in the kit. Oh wait, what's Tyranitar symbols? Because these are gonna be Fire, Evil, Earth, Air, Water, Void. Perfect. So I can put a little bit of defensive draw, and their burns are gonna not like overlap, so I don't have to worry about that. A little defensive draw, and man, I can't type. And let's special blocks, right? It's going to be one of our special blocks characters. And then and then check hacking, right? Check stacking. Yeah, Toru against Tokoyami in fourth kind is huge. But that's like, so like I've run into that where I'm like, that's huge, that's great, but then I never deal 34 damage, and fourth kind eventually just gets to me. Like, I hate that. I hate that I can like defend really well, but never actually get around to killing them, but they do get around to killing me. So I think it just takes more. I think it just takes more Toru practice, right? Like, it just takes more actually playing Toru and not just using her for a gimmick ability. So let's do the foundations first. One of the things I want to do is I want to use things directly from the Pokemon. Let's go Bulbapedia. Let's go Crobat. Oh, that's not. I want to hit that. Crobat. So let's see. So Brock has a Crobat. Let's evolve from. Let's see. Typically a bad guy Pokemon, but we didn't give them evil because they're not all evil. Gotcha. Hey, let's get some gotchas in the chat from my boy Andrew Holder. Let's get some some exclamation G for the Nightbot. I can't do it twice in a row. There's an episode called Gotcha for you, Andrew. Darkrai Mission. That's pretty sick art. Alright, so Pokedex entries will be a good spot to get some of our foundations from. A lot of times foundations are based around, is it mod only? Let me fix that.
Or is it? No, it says everyone. User level, everyone. Huh. Maybe. Oh, okay, here, let me try this again. Alright, Sketch, try it again. I think. Oh. My Nightbot is kind of. I'm new to the Nightbot thing. It's on top of shit. Let me see if I can post it. $13 messages. There. That's I got that. Wait. I'm open. I made the mistake. Gotcha. Yeah. I love the Chappelle. I love the Chappelle. That's weird. I don't understand the Nightbot then. It says everyone can use the G command. But it doesn't seem to work for everybody. I don't know. It's not set to followers or anything. I don't know. Let me try it one more time if I do it. Yeah, it works if I do it. I don't understand, fellas. I'll have to work on the Nightbot thing. I thought if it said everyone, then anyone could do it. Like, literally anybody, like followers should be able to do it. I don't know. But I do have a couple more commands I'm going to set up. We got this one. So anyway, okay, back to Crobat. Enough Nightbot. Let's get some Crobat stuff. So it flies so silently through the dark on its four wings that it may not be noticed even when nearby. Okay. The development of wings on its legs enables it to fly fast, but also makes it tough to stop and rest. As a result of its pursuit of faster yet more silent flight, a new set of wings grew on its hind legs. So we're fast and we're quiet. So we're a fast ninja Pokemon. That makes sense, right? Koga's all about that purple bat life. It flies so silently through the dark on its four wings that it may not be noticed even. Okay, that's the same as gold. If this Pokemon is flying by fluttering only a pair of wings on either the forelegs or hind legs, it's proof that Crobat has been flying a long distance. It switches the wings when it is tired. That's kind of wild. I didn't know it could, like, propel itself with just the hind legs. Crobat's kind of a cool Pokemon. Maybe they're more even than I thought. Yeah, maybe they're just even. Okay, Crobat sneaks up on its intended prey using wings that barely make a sound. This Pokemon rests by hanging on a tree branch with its rear legs that serve as wings. Okay, so it's flying fast, but it's not easy. It's not easy for it to stop. It's stop and rest. Interesting. So we got the right stat by having it add an increasing speed bonus. And we want it to be like a one strike, right? Like one stealthy assassin strike. But it's not a particularly defensive Pokemon. That's kind of the thing, right? Like, to reversal someone, we typically think of a defensive first character. So it'll be kind of interesting, right? We kind of want like a hit and run sort of character, and we do share a Oh, do we actually have the exact? Oh no, we have the exact symbol spread of Shanghua. So we have the exact same. So I think we're gonna steal some Shanghua inspiration, right? Air, void, water. Play little reversal attacks on our opponent's turn. That just kind of came together. She's kind of a hit and run character. That's like what her design is supposed to look like. Okay. Let me
Get the sweat out of my eyes. So it looks like for our foundations, it looks like we can talk about like we can talk about the flight and the silentness. So we're fast and we're quiet. So we're sneaky. We're silent. Let's see. Silent Assassin has Void, right? So Silent Assassin is an older card. Let's here we go. Okay. Okay. So let's what cards have all had speed in the name? Burst speed, inhuman speed, built for speed, made for speed, more inhuman speed. There's a lot of inhuman speed. Blinding speed, size and speed. All right, how many fast cards have there been? Super fast disguise, too fast for you. Fast food, I don't think that really counts as a fast card. I do like the effect though. If it's blocked, it deals no damage. And if it's not blocked, it gets +2. Too fast to see. A 6 difficulty foundation? Are you fucking kidding me? E-commit, discard X cards from your hand and or momentum. Your attack is unblockable. X equals the speed. Okay, so we just send a 1 speed attack. Wild. Alright, so we've got some fast cards. We've got some speed-based cards. Let's get like a nice little spam out about being fast. Right? Let's get let's see. After it gets a speed bonus, change its zone. Okay. Okay, I don't hate that. What's a good... Silently through the dark. Huh. There's no reference to its specific speed, like a Mach speed for the ridiculously fast Pokemon. So let's see. Let's make one called Quad Winged Speed, right? Let's make it a 1/5 +3 high block. Ooh. Yeah. And this will have E-commit. If this attack's speed is greater than its printed speed, it's +2. No, we want to be... we want to give speed, I think. We want it to help us look speedy, right? And because we have 4 wings... oh, I have an idea. Alright. E-commit. For a 1/5, this attack gets +1 speed. If its speed is 4 or greater, it gets stun 1. So we've got, so the actual inspiration here is quick and precise, right? Oh wait. Precise. Quick and precise. Here we go. Yeah, so your attack gets 1 speed and gains stun 1. It would be really cool if the foundation has once per turn, make your opponent recheck. Oh, we've got the check controls. We've got the check control coming. Yeah, probably have. I think I was gonna attach it to like a, if this hits, you get the option to make your opponent recheck their next check. I don't want to make like the bookkeeping like too heavy, but I kind of like that. So we get a +3 high block, right, instead of the quick and precise no block, but we gate the stun around getting bonus speed. So like our character gives a stacking speed bonus. Your next attack gets 1 speed. You do that during your opponent's turn multiple times, right? Or like you're just playing, generically fast attacks. But it has to be, we have to get to a certain speed level. Maybe I should make it 5. Let's make it 5. Because you do this and you do that in a 3 speed now. But it's a 1-5. It shouldn't be super gated. But, we're going to try to be doing this on our opponent's turn by design. So we don't want to make it too crazy, and we want it to have some counterplay, because once you build like 4 of these and you just do 1 reversal and shut down every turn, it's not exactly the gameplay that we want to have going. But that's a pretty easy little 1-5, right? So we'll make this our common, I guess. Where should I put that? I guess common. All right, and then I do want to maybe have like some zone change, right? We want to have like some control over zones for blocking. Maybe like a celestial being. Pretty much all the Pokedex entries are like strictly about its speed and about how it has 4 wings now. Which I always thought it had like the tiny little legs, right? Like I thought these were little feet. If it shows up. Oh, it's got all these. I thought these were tiny little feet down here that he was landing on. But apparently his feet turned into more wings. So, I don't know. Whoop. Ooh, I have an idea. I don't know what to call this one yet, but I have an idea. Let's go. This one is a 2/5 +2 mid, and then placeholder now. We are uncommon. I guess you need 2 commons, but whatever. we'll put another common in later. 2/5 +2 mid, and then we'll just give it a pretty cool E remove. Change the zone of this attack. And then if you have, I kind of want to have to hit them for this to be relevant. Yeah, if your opponent has lost vitality, has lost health this turn, you may look top card of your opponent's, of your rival's deck. You may discard it. So you get a zone change for removing, but you get a little more knowledge, right? Like if your opponent like leaves it there, they get the knowledge that, oh, they don't want me to they assume they're gonna check bat if you left it there, right? Especially with the character's kit. So I think that could be like a very cool mind game where someone's like, oh, well, they left the card there, but if I check a 3, my turn's over. Maybe that's like a mind game you get to play where you get to leave it there, but you only get that powerful knowledge by having actually hit your opponent. So I think this would be like a very good card for like closing games out. And then we also are going to give it another any little placeholder ability. R commit. After your opponent loses health due to an effect, they lose 1 additional health. This cannot reduce them below 1 health. So, we're just going to tack on a little extra burn, because a lot of characters like this, once you play that reversal attack, like once you do all your quad wing speed shenanigans, you're hopefully ending their turn, right? So this can be something where you're not going to need the other effect on it. So we just get like 1 extra little damage out of it. 1 little, R commit nug on them. I think of this very similar to the Ochako / Midoriya gain 1 encouraging trading partner thing, right? I just don't think we have to flip for it. And then let's do another common, right? Where's some moves? Let's get a move in here. Let's get like a status move, right? Where's the move list? Here we go. Here we go. Tailwind. Ooh, Tailwind's a cool one. Toxic. Toxic feels almost like it has to be an attack, even though it doesn't directly damage. Screech is not a bad. Supersonic. That's a Zubat move, right? Like that's a Zubat line. These are all TMs. Leech Life. These will be attacks. Hypnosis. Not a bad idea. Confuse Ray. What do you guys think? Should I do Supersonic or Confuse Ray for a foundation? We could do Haze. I remember seeing Haze on Golbats a lot. I don't know if that's just because AI was fucked up or if it was like actually like just one of the few Pokemons that could learn it. Mean Look. Ooh, I like Mean Look. That should be our rare foundation, I think. Mean Look is probably a sick fucking name. Tailwind. Alright, let's go Tailwind. Let's do Tailwind as an uncommon. Let's do Tailor as a common, I guess. Tailwind. Or how many am I doing? Am I doing 4 foundations and 3 attacks? Whew. I did not. Can't remember if it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be 4 and 3. Yeah, let's do 4 and 3. I don't remember if I actually said how many I was going to do. Let's do. I guess I could just name this one Tailwind, technically. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think it's just like Agatha's Golbat learned Haze, and then I would play Dragon types, and it would go, here's an Ice move, and it would just use Haze. Yeah, Haze definitely got better as time went on, too. Yeah, so let's do Tailwind. Let's go. Oh, I know what I want to do for a Tailwind inspiration. Where's Talsenai? Must commit 1 to play. Okay. Let's do Tailwind. It's a common. It'll be a 3/4. No block. It's not going to be super impressive for a 3/4 no block, but I think it'll be sick. F remove your attacks until the start of your next turn. Your attacks +2 speed. Your opponent must commit 1 foundation as an additional cost. To play an ability would reduce the speed of your attack. I don't know if putting on your attack actually changes it. Play an ability that would modify the speed of an attack. That might be a little too strong. This might be a little up there. The fact that your opponent can play around it by just not attacking is, I think, fine, though. And it's going to have no other ability. But it is definitely just straight up stronger than Talsenai, right? Yeah, it's got a straight up whole other ability on it. Let's do... let's see. Ooh, okay. How about this? Because Tailwind makes you faster, right? It increases your whole team's speed. So I wanted to like buff all of our stuff. Let's do F remove. I guess we could do at the start of the combat. Let's just do E remove. Just make it simple. E remove. Your attacks get +1 speed for the rest of the turn. And then let's see. I don't really want to mess with the opponent's cards too much. But I do want him to have like a 3/4 common. Maybe it could replace itself. Your attacks get +1 speed for the rest of the turn. And then it's got to have something else attached. I don't want to just make it straight up Talisman Eye, though. Should do something else immediate. Here we go. I want to have one effect for the whole turn and something that it does immediately. Where I got a way to look at a check. I guess an E remove 3/4. Stack one card on top of your opponent's deck. Is that busted? Like if it just said add one card from your opponent's discard pile to the top of their deck. Your attacks get played. Is that nuts? You've kind of forced them to check bad. Well, as an enhance, if they have card draw anywhere, you're just fucked, right? Like you can't put a bad check on top if they have card draw anywhere. But I don't know if that's busted. I do want them to have like some way to force the response, right? Like we're gonna have to slap a unique on this though if we're gonna check hack somebody. Like just straight up. Yeah, I think that's fine for a 3/4 with no block. So we got a 1/5, a 2/5, a 3/4. Let's get another. Let's get a mean look on there. Let's get a rare foundation. Mean look. So mean look says that they can't retreat. Oh, I got it. Let's do mean look. It's a rare. Be a 2/5 +1 low block. And then E flip. Your opponent must play an attack as their next form or end their turn. It sounds counterproductive, right? It sounds totally messed up, but I don't think I've ever seen this effect. I don't think I've ever seen an effect that forces your opponent to attack you or end the turn, and I think that's actually an insane effect. It's actually an insane thing to play around, but like doesn't help you if your opponent's trying to kill you anyway. So I think this is actually going to be super cool. And then I guess as an additional effect, just because it's our rare, we're also going to have our remove. Our remove after you, just in case they're already attacking us like an insane amount, right? After you block an attack, draw one card. After your opponent, after your opponent's block attack resolves, draw one card. Pretty simple, right? Like homage to my hero. You take damage, you get the card draw. This like forces us to block, and it's two remove abilities, right? Like one is flip. Your opponent has to play another attack to like set up our reversal game plan, but also to make them check more, right? Like to try and get this check bad kind of a thing. Like this stops them from just playing around breaker, right? Like the idea of playing around breaker is just to play a foundation on 3 and then you check a 3. Who cares? You lose 1 life. Who cares? So I think this is kind of a sick effect. Maybe they should both be removes, but we got a lot of remove going on. But that's 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a name for this one. Change the zone. Quad wing speed. This could be supersonic, right? Change the zone. Yeah, Confuser. I love that, actually. Confuser or Supersonic Sketch? You pick. Which one should it be? Which one's more iconic? Is it Confuse Ray? Supersonic is like the bat. I think it has to be Supersonic because it's like the bat sonar, right? But I think they use Confuse Ray. Like Zubats use Confuse Ray more than more than they use Supersonic. Just characters that kind of a sick kit. I think we'll need a little more spam. I think I actually need to try and tune one of these down to a 1-5, but we'll see how it goes. It is meant to be integrated into a full format. So I think I'm going to make this Supersonic for now. And I think that's pretty sick. And then we got to make 3 attacks. So we have a common, uncommon, and rare attack. Cross Poison is like his thing. This is the ultra rare for sure. Cross Poison is the ultra rare. Poison Fang sounds like the common. And then an air attack. Haze could be an attack still. Ooh, Haze could be like. Oh, I know what. I think I know what Haze is. I think I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna make Haze an attack, and it's gonna piss people off. Haze is going to be our uncommon. Yeah, let's do Poison Fang first. Poison Fang common. It is a 4/3 +2 mid block. I guess there's never going to be like a punch and kick until I get to fighting moves. I guess Cross Poison could maybe end up as a punch or something, but charge. Let's make Poison. No, I'm not gonna make it a charge. I'm just gonna make it a reversal. It's just a reversal, and then it'll start out at 2-speed mid for 4 damage. Right, 4/3, simple block, simple stats, not very impressive. If you want to block the first attack, it's a 3 mid 4. Seems clean and easy to me, right? And then we'll just have an E. The next time your opponent loses health this turn, they lose 1 health. That's just a little toga action, right? Little toga, little void action. We can make it 3 damage, actually. Let's make it 3 damage so it acts as a 4 if it hits. And then after it deals damage, let's go E, opponent's turn. Look at the top card of the deck. And your rival's deck. I need to start getting consistent with my wording here. Next time your rival. I think I'm going to change this, actually. I don't know. I don't really like that design, but it seems like in line with MHA. I don't have any cancels yet. Alright, how about this? How about E? The next time your opponent checks a 3 or less this turn, they lose 1. And now it's not quite as like just a bonus damage, and we'll give it the damage back. So the one thing is, like, if your opponent is literally playing no attacks, this deck definitely suffers. But you know, there's been characters designed based around your opponent having to attack them before. So that's kind of nothing new. That shit will get pretty interesting, I guess, though. Let me see. What else are we looking at? So, let's do Haze. Uncommon. It's a 3/3 +0 mid block. reversal decks just end up with a lot of mid blocks. I think it just makes sense. Like to be able to put a block on things more often than not. So Hayes is gonna have so it's a 3/3 mid block. I don't think I'll give it breaker 1. Give it breaker 1. Breaker 1, this one will be a charge, I guess. It seems like a lot of weird keywords, but I gotta put one on there. It'll be 2 mid for 2 damage. If this attack is not blocked, add it to your hand at the start of the end phase. What's the formatting for the card pool remove? Let me see here. Net gun surprise. Response card pool. Okay, so card pool. Whoop, or move. Return this attack to its printed speed and damage. Boom. So for those of you who might not know, Haze removes all stat buffs, right? It removes all the adjustments from your sword stances and your power-up punches and all that stuff. So I think it's pretty cool that Haze can do that sort of defensively here for us, and it gives us sort of just like a free poke to play. Like Jeddah definitely had like these big whiny poke things. Maybe this should be a reversal. I don't know. Maybe this could be like a card pool thing. I don't know. But I kind of like where this is at, and there's still going to be more character support to consider when, finishing off these symbols. So, and then of course our ultra rare cross poison, the signature X poison attack for our X boy here. We're gonna hit them with the UR on this one, and this is gonna be a 5/2 plus 1 low. Yeah, plus 1 low block. And this one will be a 5 mid, 5. Let's give him 1 off zone, right? 5 high, 5 damage, and then what a sick looking, what a weird looking move. It looks kind of sick though. It's weird. So it's not the most powerful move, right? It's not the most insane on the charts, but it's accurate, and it has a chance for an additional effect, and it has a high critical hit ratio. So what I would like to do is I would like to have the high critical hit ratio sort of exemplified by the 3 check, right? Like the making your opponent check the 3. And then I want the poison to kind of stack up with the R commit. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have opponent's turn. I don't know if this would actually be... No, let's not make it a cost. Discard the top card of your opponent's deck. If it is a control of 3 or less, they lose 2 health. We're just gonna snipe them, bro. This is literally just snipe, right? Like, we're just building on the known themes from My Hero. I guess we could just say if it's an attack at this point, instead of, well, I kind of want to have things open because there are 1-check actions. Like, there are bad check actions outside of the My Hero format, and Nick Reagan said it's not format specific. So I'm going to keep the wording of check a 3 or less, even though it seems weird. But there are 1-check actions that I think should be punished by this character. And I'm probably going to put a 1-check action as like a promo overall. I think I'm thinking about doing It's Super Effective, or It's a Critical Hit, one of the two, like maybe both, as as like a promos, as promo actions. And I was thinking one of those would probably be a one check sort of a thing. So I'm going to keep that wording, even though it seems very, similar to Snipe. And he just gets to say the word if it's, he just gets to say the word attack. But I'm going to keep this. If it has a control 3 or less, I keep saying opponent. I need to make sure it's rival. If it has a control 3 or less, they lose 2 health. Discard the top card of your rival's deck. And then I was thinking about doing like a if your character is committed kind of a thing. We still only have one way to stack their deck, right? We have one way to look and we have one way to stack. Right. Add one card, to the top of their deck. Oh, I've got it. Oh, that would be stealing the symbol. We're doing it. Your opponent makes a check against a difficulty of... I could make it 4, because we're literally just trying to make them check the 3, right? But they can commit to pass it. Man, this would be a... Alright, we're going to make it... they check against a difficulty of 4. No, because we know that many ways to guarantee this, and they just flip a 5 and nothing happens. Well, if we make it... oh, interesting. If it passes, it could be bad too, right? We could have it be if they fail, something bad happens. If they pass it, something bad happens. Well, if we set it up with our foundation, then this should be pretty good. Maybe we should put like one check hack in here somewhere. Maybe that's what we should really do. Maybe Mean Look should just do a check hack instead of a card draw. I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're just going to remove to neg a check by 2. Maybe Supersonic can do that. Change the zone. After they lose health, they lose 1 additional. I like that, though. Mean Look. Okay, if we're going to remove for -2 to the check, I don't think we could make it the best foundation, though. After your opponent... No, well, that's still only one thing. Alright, let's just do this. Your opponent makes a check against a difficulty of 6. If it fails, ready your character. So we can get like the stacking our commits, right? But our opponent still has to check bad. We still kind of, I don't really want to force them to check super poorly, but like the making them attack into us deeper and deeper, having good defense is going to naturally increase that risk. And we could just make this a control check too. We could actually make the discarding the top card. We could just make this a double control check. I don't hate that. Makes a check against a difficulty of... Oh, we can make an unmodified control check. Ooh, for this one? Well, I guess stun them or they lose 2 is pretty good too. Okay. Check against a difficulty of 4. If it fails, they lose 2 health. So if they check a 3, they're going to lose 1 if we have our response active, right? And then they can commit 1 or lose 2 more life. And if they just check well, then that's fine because we're going to make them check again, right? So... Oh, we were supposed to give them a recheck somewhere. I don't know. I kind of like this. I think we'll put a recheck on the other Void character, or maybe like the other Water character. But I like this for now, and we can come back to this later. Because we got 3 attacks. they're not super impactful, right? Like they're not super dunk worthy, but they fit our play style, and we have some quality stuff. I think that these foundations will see a bigger home in like other characters, but that's fine. Not every character has to be like the premier champion of a format, you know? So let's go Crobat Kit. Fan designs. So that's Crobat for now. I kind of like it. He's doing a little bit of a different thing, and it should all sort of come together. I like that we're not just doing the same thing over and over, because we'll have characters for that. Next up, let's do Tyranitar. This should be an easy kit because I'm not going to let him draw cards. And he's just going to wall you out and burn you. So this should be like super... This should be a character that's doing the same thing over and over and over, right? Like, they should definitely be one of those. I know I made changes, but sure. I don't know about that. Oh, I don't like that. Can I go back? All right. Oh, well. So, Tyranitar. Let's look at Tyranitar. What does he got going? Ooh, it's already 2:30. We're only 30 minutes away from the Unfun Stuff team up with Phil Burge. It's pretty much impossible. They've got all the content creators under the Unfun Stuff banners. It's like everywhere. It's either Universes Academy or Unfun Stuff now for like everyone I deal with. Pokedex entries. Here we go. Its body can't be harmed by any sort of attack. Wow, I didn't know that's actually its entry. That actually makes it perfect for it makes it perfect for this setup of him just being like a tank. So he's very eager to make challenges against enemies. Extremely strong, it can change the landscape. It's an insolent bitch that makes it not care about others. Just one of its mighty hands that has the power to make the ground shake and mountains crumble. Hey, they just released a banned players list. Nani the fuck? From Universes? Hold up, what? What? Yo, fresh drama. Fresh drama. Holy fresh drama. Alright, I'm posting in the... That's so funny. That's crazy. This just happened? Oh, I gotta fix my... I gotta fix the Nightbot, guys. I don't know. I didn't know it was gonna be such a dick about everything. Here. I got it. I'm gonna disable this. Disable. I trust you guys. I'm disabling the bullshit. Alright, try it again. I think I got the setting for it. Oh, man. Yeah, too fresh indeed, man. Alright, I think I got the Nightbot under control. It's been timing people out for like doing fucking anything, and you know, poor Murdercleese was just trying to share a fresh meme, man. I don't know what the fuck its deal is. I was just trying to get cool commands. Like I wanted to have the Andrew Holder command. So there's the Andrew Holder Nightbot command, but it says everyone can do it, but not everyone can do it, so I don't know. Who are the other two people? Oh, I haven't even looked at the ban list. So we got Josh B, unsportsmanlike conduct minor, and so when you say the other two, you just mean Nicholas Balsaric. So Nicholas Balsaric, as far as I know, and we're not trying to like run people down publicly, but these dudes did get hit with some penalties here. Yeah, he's the Zero Origins guy. He's the same guy who goes onto any Facebook post talking about any event and is like, man, I had a horrible time because people checked really good against me and then I lost. And he like scoops to people like way early anyway. And like every Facebook post has to be about him. So if he had unsportsmanlike conduct, I think I heard he got into it with some judges. I'd have to get Andrew Holder. Andrew would know more. Andrew was there. But you know, I don't know what any of this stuff with him is. Josh B, I have absolutely no idea. Oh, the Zero guy was yelling at Giggles? Damn. I mean, you know, people get heated at these events, but I've never seen a reason to straight up yell. Yeah, my phone's blowing up now. We got our local chat talking about everything. So Nicholas B, I guess, is the Origins Zero guy who was yelling at people, and I know that he had like a bad, like all these just say unsportsmanlike conduct, and it's minor or major. I don't know who. Yeah, I've never like had an issue with Giggles. Like, don't get me wrong, it's frustrating to play against him, but it's mostly because he's beating me. I played him, I think, twice, and he just like raffle stomped me with, you know, the best character, like what we all considered was the best character, or one of the three, right? Like, you know, it's never been personal. I'm UG. Oh, that's their thing. Yeah, it doesn't say like when. It doesn't say like when the events happened or anything. There's no real data like on what happened. So, and then Marquise, we all know, those of us at least who are in Orlando and people have talked about it, the Marquise thing where he tried to, I guess, tell them like, hey, the final standings are wrong, and then his opponent came and corrected him, and like part of correcting that was informing them that they dice rolled and broke the rules, and then he held up the event for like fucking 2 hours to continue to try to get away with what is apparently, you know, I don't know what happened between the two people, but I've heard one side of the story, so, you know, I am biased on that side, but it's like they tried to hold up the rest of the event for hours, you know. Not to mention continually, not to mention continually cheating in the event. I've heard from more than one player that he was upset at people keeping track of the game state, that he wasn't keeping track of his own uses of abilities. My own local, I didn't know about this. One of my locals who runs our events, who's like, you know, the person in charge of handing out the promos and stuff, they've been trying really hard to get into the game. They struggled like most new players, and they genuinely put in the time and effort to like learning it better. And ever since the Vegas regional, there's been like a huge drop off in, you know, like their attendance and their attentiveness and stuff like that. And I found out recently that they had a terrible experience playing against Marquise in Orlando. And I'm pretty sure, like, it's not all their fault, but I'm pretty sure dealing with that and then seeing the trend of, you know, involvement in the game after that, I have to assume now it affected it. So, you know, literally never had someone actually run into the dude and like have a pleasant experience. It can't literally be everyone else, you know. It's one of those things where I've been that guy where like everyone's pointing the finger at you and you're just trying to like defend yourself, so I get it. You know, everyone's been the fucking 9th guy in a League of Legends game, right? Where everyone's like, hey, everyone report this dude. And you're just like, I did nothing wrong. Like, you know, but I can't believe that this is the case for years in multiple games, right? So, it is interesting that the unsportsmanlike conduct is major for both him and Nicholas. So I'm assuming that these people both have multiple things racked up on them. It would have been nice if Jasko told us just a few details, but it's not really their prerogative to get people to get into mudslinging and shit. So kind of wild that this just dropped right here. Yeah, I wish I knew who these people were. Like, I guess it's a good thing that I didn't if they were, you know, engaging in unsportsmanlike behavior. And the fact that this could go all the way back to Origins, like, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Overall, it seems sort of minor. It seems like we're just officially finally doing what we kind of thought they should have done previously. Maybe, but I just saw Salty Zero guy at Origins, but never had the pleasure of interacting. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, when everybody can identify you as, like, an upset player, like, they might not know your name, they might not know who you are, but, like, they're like, oh, yeah, that's that guy. It's an issue, man. He was that guy on Facebook. Now he's that guy at Origins. And now he's that guy on the banned players list. And we don't want to be super ban happy, right? Like, we don't want to just be like, hey, fuck everybody who we don't get along with. But at the same time, this is a card game. It's for fun and enjoyment. It's not for fucking arguing over, like, the resolution of effects. And I'll tell you right now, man, a lot of times when there's a problem player, a lot of times when people are really upset and shit, they actually don't know how the fucking game works. I don't mean necessarily just the rules and the order of operations. I mean, like, they don't know that they don't know that everything before the colon is stuff you do, and then you cancel the ability, and then you resolve it. I had a poor guy at my locals just last night playing Go for the Win, and he plays it on a 4, checks a 3, and is like, cool, it's only on a 2, and then destroys a ready foundation and builds 2. And I'm like, hold on. You still have to actually commit one, and it happens before you check. And then, so he just, like, commits one of the face downs that he built and blows it up, and I'm like, no. Like, I had to go back through the whole thing, right? So to see people who are now on the ban list, like, having issues getting through the game doesn't surprise me. A lot of times that stuff isn't completely incidental. It's not 100% accidental. And I guess now they just finally had enough of a list, enough personal interactions to finally just be like, forget it, And it could have just been something they said. They could have just cussed one person out, and, like, literally none of this has anything to do with gameplay. So, yeah, definitely an interesting bombshell to have dropped right before Phil Birch and I are about to go live. Definitely an interesting bomb. I think I'm gonna get the other side of the stream set up for you guys. I'm gonna go away for a few minutes. I'm gonna get a drink. I'm gonna take a quick break myself. I've been at this for a couple hours here, so let me take a quick break, everybody. Please don't go anywhere. I know that in this day and age, attention spans are not amazing, but you can just keep me open in another tab. I promise I'll be right back. We'll have everything set up for Phil soon. And yeah, so here's this screen now.
What's up, man? I'll be alright. Yeah, that's fine. For my Nilmerg? Yeah, of course I'll share my camera. Sure. Right. You can't really, The memes is like the extra. That's the extra portion anyway. That's the cooldown period. Huge. Absolutely massive. Change this around. Boom. I'm just like spam texting all the people I know from Michigan telling them Marquise got banned. Yeah, it's about time. There's only so many times you can cordially invite people to a fight before it becomes an issue, right? Lenoco says, we can hear you, Phil. Yeah, I was, you know, fine, whatever. Yeah, fucking whatever. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, I tried to give myself a shitty background and just fucking cut off my entire arm. Holy shit, yeah, it just cuts off my arm. Discord sucks.
Unmute myself and say hello to the world. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking with me while I get myself a drink. I get Phil all set up. Let me know if everyone can hear Phil Birch. Phil, address your people.
I've been told that I can be heard by at least one person, so let's see if it stays correct.
Okay, it looks like the video is messing up a little bit. Let me move the window over. I think that'll fix it. There we go. Okay, you were frozen for a second, but I think we're good. I think we're fine. So Phil, yeah. All these people are here to listen to you talk. They're definitely not here for me. So I want to know.
It's your show.
I want to know from you. We're here to talk about the organized play, and I know we're going a little early, so I know that some people might roll in about 3 o'clock, but you know, you and I have bullshitted for hours before. It's so easy to just get rolling on a topic.
Yeah, definitely.
But I want to know from you, like, what's the number one thing? Like, what's the first thing
that stuck out to you when I asked you, hey, let's do a talk about organized play specifically? Like, what's the first thing that pops into your mind that you've wanted to discuss that maybe you haven't discussed on a different podcast?
I would say that the number one thing that I thought of that wasn't like just bitching about promos for more was like some more was I would really like it if like in past universes like tournament seasons we had the list of events like at the beginning. We had all the events for like the entire year, and maybe some got added in like during the year, but overall you had like a large list of things to choose from, which really made setting up like your travel plans for the year in advance pretty easy. Pretty like, yeah, maybe you can't go to all of them, but you can pick your favorite couple. They're in the area, stuff like that. Whereas now we're looking at, hey, season 3 gets released, and then in 2 weeks it's like a season 3 like event kind of thing, like where it's very rapid fire, but not like a long enough time period for people to really set up travel plans and it not cost an arm and a leg, really. You can plan for like a trip 8 months out. You can like save for it. You can get your flight early to get it cheaper, stuff like that. We're setting up more big events that people want to go to, and we're doing it in a shorter period of time. Like for me, a trip to Pasadena, California is like $600. It's like a $600 flight. And I'm sure if I booked it like 4 or 5 months ago and was like, man, I really would like to go to California for an event this year. That does sound really cool. I've never been. It probably would have been like close to half of that just because I'm booking so far out in advance. Not to mention like hotel fees, stuff like that. That's something I really want to see change, is just like more stuff earlier, even if it's just your regional events, right? You can have pop-up provisionals, pop-up this and that, but like your regional events, your national events, worlds, that should all be well established far in advance. That way people can take the time off of work, people can take, save for it, prepare for it, things like that.
Yeah, definitely. If I think to the future, I think towards next year, obviously things, on a time crunch being what they are, we're not asking people to snap their fingers and make things magically happen. But I think going into 2023, I'd like to have the first 6 months of events already scheduled and teased.
Sure.
Or at least the majority, like the major events, the majority of events. I shouldn't feel like I missed out because something was announced, and the day it was announced, I knew I couldn't go.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Like you said, even like a 6 months in advance of maybe just the regional schedule, I think that would be just the perfect way to start the new year. January 1st or January 2nd or 3rd, whenever they're back in the office, right? You just go, boom, here are our basically our like winter/spring events, and then boom, summer, fall, you announce a little bit later on, closer towards that deadline, right? And that way people get the time to prepare, people get the time to make travel plans, stuff like that. And then obviously you can sprinkle in online events here and there, because those don't like require the same amount of commitment that a travel event would. And also, like, I don't know how, and I still am very confused by this, like, we just don't have a date for nationals at all this year. I think that should be announced at the beginning of the year, like, period, right? Like, you should have that well put away.
Yeah, and it was super rough having the start of the year was still, like, we're still coming out of a COVID world. We're still, unfortunately, getting people sick at these events. I've been unmasked when I was here at home in Vegas. I didn't wear the mask in Orlando, and I'm at the point where I have to again, right? Like, it's 2 for 2, people getting sick. I've, personally, as a choice, I was like, okay, I've done all my boosters, I've done all my immunizations and things like that, and with the beard and stuff, I hate wearing the mask, but I'm at the point where it's not worth it anymore to risk getting sick. I tested negative coming back from Orlando, but like my videos totally suffered and I felt awful. Like coming back, I almost guarantee I was sick on the plane coming home. Like I was asking the flight attendant for tissues and stuff like that. Like, so I was just in a total funk. So probably better to be wearing that kind of stuff in conventions anyway. But yeah, like just to mention the whole coming out of COVID and everything with this year, I don't really hold anything against them. But it's very important, and we've been shown in the past, that if we're not really vocal about the stuff that we care about, things probably aren't going to change for the better. But if we are vocal about the things that we care about, they do seem to prioritize that. Has that been your experience in the past dealing with, I guess, like the new Jasco, the POW Interactive, My Hero Jasco? Do you think that like communication is something that they follow through with?
I actually have had a lot of good interactions through my Tuesday streams, the ones before the Brewing for Cheap Probably podcast, where Aspira has been there often. I've had Lenoco in there and such. And it seems like they are very receptive to me being pretty critical, admittedly, on my streams. It's strong constructive criticism. It's not like just straight yelling at people about things.
Mm-hmm.
But they've been like very willing to listen. They've like responded in kind to the things I've said. Like, yes, we are working on this program. Yes, we are working on getting this fixed. Yes, we are trying to work with this. We do understand that there are problems with this, that, and the other, and we are looking at it. So I do find that in the past we've had to kind of suffer as like a smaller community silent majority, and not necessarily suffer in like that we've been getting like shut down and pushed down and all the time, but like we never necessarily had quick responses to things because the staff was so much smaller then, and the company itself was on such a smaller scale. Now they have, it seems like, a lot more people and resources to work with, and it is seeming like they are like going through it a lot more, a lot faster. And honestly, it's really refreshing to see pretty much what they have been doing with the company, and I actually like it, especially because, like you said, it is a like fresh out of pandemic, basically. Like we're still people getting sick year where like it's tough to make these events happen in general, but people are itching to get back into events.
Yeah, and conventions and stuff are hungry to schedule those events. I really. I don't, and this is something I thought it was really important and why I wanted to have someone help me talk about this, because I need people to put me in check, man. I'm not scheduling these events, right? I'm not an event organizer for a hopefully soon to be like global card game company. Someone who's, they've made that a statement that they want to do, right? They've talked about trying to bring in bilingual people and things like that to help reach out overseas. And so, I want to make sure that we have reasonable expectations for this, and we're not just saying like, give me the schedules and make sure that we have breaks and all this stuff. But if you've played at other events, if you've scheduled other events, typically, I think it's reasonable that again, at least for your majors, that you've got like a quarterly schedule at least. Maybe 6 months. I'm kind of walking back on it. 6 might be a lot, especially for our current environment, but I really, really hope that, like you said, like your nationals, like your majors, like getting those a year in advance, that should be a priority. That should be as soon as possible.
Yeah, I really think that it's one of those things where, particularly like nationals or worlds, they should have like that venue looked at, located, locked down far, far, far in advance. That way we're not worried about situations. Sure, if like the world is like taken over by like if everybody in the entire world is sick with COVID, you don't want to have an event. And I understand that you don't want to schedule super far in advance just in case that situation happens. Mm-hmm. But there's always like the entire convention of Origins. You had to show proof of vaccination. You had to wear a mask. Like it was very, very like well run in that regard. Where like they had like security people telling you to wear them. Mm-hmm. If you were in the event hall and your judges noticed it, you were getting like warnings to fix it, or you would be asked to leave, like stuff like that, where you had to really like get yourself safe and make sure you were safe for other people as well. And I think that it's possible to even like in a situation where we are obviously still dealing with hundreds of thousands of people sick all the time, set up things and like safety protocols. Like you can tell your player base, hey, if you guys want to play in these events, this is how you have to do it. And maybe that's up to the tournament organizers, because obviously these aren't all run by Jasco Games. But like set up guidelines for yourselves. Figure it out. Figure out what works best for you, for your community, for this world we live in, because I mean, it's not really going away, as we can tell, It's like we're 3 years in and it's still kicking, so.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the things where I thought I'd be a lot more adamant about it, but I integrated back into the world, and for Vegas specifically, our governor was like, let's open Vegas up and show the world how quickly we can go back to normal. So Vegas and Florida are right there on the cusp of getting rid of those mandates and stuff like that. And I think that helped lull me into a false sense of security that I don't want to have going forward. I'm not really sure, like obviously if it's the event, right? Like it's the convention, it's their rules. You have to follow all their rules. We know very well about following like the site's rules, the site of the event. But I don't know if that's something I really want the card game company to like crack down on. But at this point, if they started to say, you have to have proof of vaccination and wear a mask during like just the card game events, I would not complain. It would not seem like too extreme. So I'm going to put that out there. That might be too political for some people, but
I don't feel like that's really a political take at this point. Like,
it shouldn't be.
Obviously, people are like, man, I don't want to. But like, if you want to play something enough, like you're going to do it. And at the end of the day, it would be a company decision because it is their event, right? Like they get to make these decisions. And I'm not saying like this is a strictly thing we need to go through now, but I'm saying if they want to have that safety net of planning stuff farther in advance, like that's a good way to handle a safety net, right? You just say, all right, we can plan this months in advance because we are requiring this and this. And that way you're like covering your ass in case there is an issue, right? You're covering your ass from people who do get sick and like aren't willing to take that extra step, which is fine. Like, I mean, not everybody wants to get vaccinated. Not everybody wants to wear a mask. Some people want to do their thing. It's fine. Like that's your thing. But at the end of the day, like you have to be aware that you're in a room with 300 people, and that's not to mention how big nationals probably will be. Sometimes safety of others also matters,
Yeah, I think it'll come down to, I'm not sure if nationals is open invite anymore. There's been like some interesting wording on that. I haven't seen anything that says it's not like open signups, but there's also been like the earn your right to fight in the nationals. So I want a big nationals, right? Like I want like the old school, everyone shows up, everyone gets a shot sort of a thing. But speaking about majors and sort of transitioning, I guess, so we want the schedule in advance. That's the gimme, right? Like on our bingo card, that's the middle spot. Everyone wants to have the middle one. Yeah, everyone wants to have as much notice as possible to schedule these things, to get their time off, to start saving up. And I do want to note really quick, the further in advance that you schedule these things, right? The more people who can show up, the easier it becomes for your players to attend events. The more people who travel, the more they can split costs. The more people who can travel from the same area, who can travel together. Flying on a plane by yourself sucks. And as a big dude buying the cheap seats, it sucks a lot when you get put in between two strangers in the middle of the aisle. So like just little things like that really improve the player experience. And it's the subtle things that aren't necessarily related or aren't necessarily the company's responsibility, but like, Jacob had a bus. They rented out a bus and had people come down and stuff, and were like ready to snag a bunch of people if they had to, right? Like, so little stuff like that. I definitely want to mention that the more people who travel, the easier it becomes for us to travel. But to sort of segue past the scheduling specifically, when it comes to major events, is there anything that you think that they have to sort of step up and increase? Because for me specifically, I think an itinerary for, like, we've done a lot of online stuff, right? Where it's kind of like you're at home and we're just running through stuff, and we haven't needed like a hard schedule. I've got Discord on my phone to tell me to come back and play my round. But when it comes to majors going forward, right? Like I'm going to maybe be cashing in my buys from making top cuts. I might be flying in, across the country. If there's only one nationals, right? Like I have to travel to the nationals, things like that. Like what is something that you think that they might need to step up or change from previous events? Because I'll say right now, like the schedule of the actual event, the itinerary is the first thing on my mind.
I think it's really been kind of obviously it's been a sore spot recently. There have been at least at like the Orlando regional as an example, like we don't have a set like time for lunch. That obviously came up later. Like that could have been nice to know in advance. Obviously, very cool that they gave us a little bit of a break because I think everybody in the community at this point is like pretty for that. Like we're pretty pro having at least a small break. But yeah, like it would be nice to know prior to even the event starting, like what time you were expecting top cuts to start the next day. Like it's very easy for people to like go, all right, I went 7-1, I'm making top cuts. They can leave. They can go and do whatever they want because they don't need to wait and hear the day of like, well, we're going to be having get here at like 8:30 or some shit like that. It's kind of crazy, especially because of how late these events do tend to be running through just kind of like clerical stuff, right? Like the last event probably ended at 9:40 maybe in Orlando, but we were all there until like 11 because of the standing situation, the DQ situation. We were expected and had to pick up our promos if we didn't make day 2 that day for some reason. I have no idea why they decided that was a necessary thing to do that night. And then also they didn't have those promos already packaged and sorted for that specific thing they wanted to do that night. It was very strange, and I think I agree where like you can just have say like this is when this starts, this is when we are doing player meeting, this is when lunch break is, we're expecting the event to end by this time, like your top cuts the next day will be right here. But instead we have this like blanket maybe stuff happens, and then we have top cuts will start at 8:30, and then by the time I get there at 10 as a person who's not in top cuts, they are still not playing because for reasons, I guess. I don't really know specifically what is going on, but that is like, it is taking deck checks way too long to figure it out or something to that effect. But there's no reason players should be sitting around for like an hour and a half at 8:30 in the morning doing nothing, just waiting.
Yeah, I'll try not to let the conversation devolve too much into that because I have talked specifically, but I do want to mention it. Like, my personal bias was specifically I'm done at like 9 o'clock. My rounds are over. I'm X1-1. I'm a lock for top cuts. My people, Jacob Masseur, excellent human being. Zach, excellent. Like all the people I was with, excellent human beings taking care of me throughout the weekend. They were waiting for me for hours to leave because I'm the one who's making the deep run. And I said, let's just leave. I'll be back before 10 o'clock easy. Like verbatim. It's verbatim what I said. I'll be back before 10 easy. And we were just going to leave, but Zach said, hold on, shit gets wonky, let's ask. And the time it took to find someone to ask took so long that when he came back and told me 8:30, I thought he was pranking me, right? So then I have to wait longer to actually talk to someone. And the whole Bromley thing, like Bromley, sticking up for everybody, that happened when I walked over to him and said, hey, did you hear they said 8:30 for deck checks? So it's one of those things where, like, you got to protect your player base, right? Like, you got to protect us from kind of mobbing up a little bit because it was like a hearsay, like no one could get the information just broadcasted. It was like, hey, 8:30, no way. Hey, did you hear 8:30? No way, right?
Yeah,
and it's sort of
people saying things back and forth, like hopefully this is right.
And it sort of built up, and then the worst part of all was when we got there at 8:30. I didn't start playing until 10 anyway. We had people we had people show up for the deck checks at like 9 o'clock. They called last call for deck checks at 9:30, and I was so upset. You can tell from my pictures. You can tell from the promotional pictures that I was just really upset. Like, I was not there. I'm the first guy to do the Ginyu pose, right? Like, I'm the first dude to hit the pro wrestling pose, and I was just like, I can't give it to him, after sitting here all morning, waiting to play at the time that they said I had to be here at. So it's not even that the events are like strictly poorly run or stuff is going wrong. It's just the overall expectation. If I had come in with the expectation to be there at 8:30, obviously nothing would be an issue. but because all the really smooth events I've been to, the Vegas event was super smooth, the Vegas
Absolutely.
regional. You know, you were just talking about how Origins was super smooth, and like I don't think they had itineraries for those events, right? But when things change on the fly, that has to stop. And I think part of that natural process that they probably were already planning to do, right? Like a lot of this is us talking about shit that they know and that they've probably already planned on. But, you know, I think that it's part of the natural process to make that itinerary and schedule that stuff. Really quickly, Noko talking about the pro wrestling style promos. We tried to do that and it just got really awkward. I don't think enough people are pro wrestling fans. Because I don't know, Phil, you were on the outside. You remember like the smell the coffee promos? That shit was crazy as fuck, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, they were fun for a bit, and then they just weren't fun anymore because it was just like, that's some bunch of mid promos, man. It was cool for a minute. I guess just to once again, obviously not stick onto it for forever. I had this similar like deck check experience in Origins where I got there at like 8 and we didn't start playing until like 9:30. They were like, get here at 8. I got there at 8 in the morning and we didn't start playing until like 9:30. It was really weird that they would like they have you get there so early, but there is actually no like consequence, right?
Mm-hmm.
People, like you said, they're doing last call for deck checks at 9:30. Like, why didn't you just say, hey, get us your deck by 9:30? Like, what's the point?
The main reason I think we even stopped to ask was I was like, maybe they're going to deck check now before I leave, you know, because they've done that before where they wanted to deck check me the same day of Swiss, and then a lot of times it's because we were going to play the first round of Top Cuts that night to try and get it over with. But so they've done the deck check where like at the end of the day, and then you come back in and just start to play the next day, or like they do a second check to make sure you didn't change anything. And so I've seen that before. So we were just hanging out, everything like piled on top of itself. And I think when it comes to that stuff, getting the announcement that you're going to have a break like 2 rounds from now is kind of weird. Especially if I've already went out of my way to go get like my snacks and my drinks and I'm like ready to camp out here at the venue. I think we just want to all be on the same page when it comes to where I'm going to be, what I'm doing. You know, it's already kind of tough enough where like your friends are done with their rounds at different times. They leave in different groups. You know, if you're someone who goes to the overtime, you technically will get like a smaller break, right? So, having that stuff like planned out helps a ton. Having it set up so that, you know I can actually have time to leave the venue and go get food is way different than me trying to eat peanuts and snack on water and stuff all day, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you that like having the overall setup be like pretty ready for you, because it's not like they have to give you a specific time. They just say after round 4, lunch break at the beginning of the day or prior to the event, and boom. Or prior to the event, this is when this starts. Boom. Easy.
And that's important too, being fluid, knowing that the tournament may have hiccups and not necessarily like putting up time frames. And that's what I meant by reasonable expectations. You can't just say our break is at 4:00 because we don't know if the round's still going to be going at 4:00. So we got to keep that in mind.
You don't know
if
this, that, or the others happened, right? You don't know if they have to start late. You don't know if there's a computer issue where things get pushed back. You don't know this, that. You can't just be like, well, sorry, you guys missed your break because we said 4 and now it's too late or whatever, you know?
Yeah, definitely something, definitely something that I just want to make clear that I've not really hated the experiences, and I don't think the events have been run super poorly. Most of it is communication-based. Most of it is communicating the things that somebody knows that's there. But that's why having these things scheduled and talking this stuff in advance, then I don't have to, like, it bothers me a little bit that the players' meetings are like stuff that will be online or in an email, and it's kind of like fake for the TO to announce, hello, players, welcome to round 1. Your players' meeting is in your email, and like, yes, that's where all the information is, and I'm glad I have it in an email. It seems a little funny.
Did that happen?
That's happened once or twice where they've been like,
God.
you know, or it's like there's a Discord message and that's your players meeting.
Your players meeting is go read that. Go read that right now.
Yeah.
Like, then why did you made you make me get into this call if you're gonna like just tell me to go read something?
Right. I've definitely heard the phrase used more than once where there was like no meeting, and I'm pretty sure in Orlando the guy was saying it like as round 1 was starting, and like again, that's not a problem. I'm not counting that against anybody, but it throws me off. It throws me off a little bit because now I'm about to start a game and I want to pull my phone out and double check the rules and when the break is and like all this stuff, and most of that stuff won't be there. It'll be told to me at the start of round 3. You know, we didn't know when the provisionals were going to start. One thing that I thought was kind of weird, and this is like super nitpicky, but you remember the guy, the Master Asian, as he wants to be referred to?
Is that the Asui guy?
Yeah, the 20 attack Asui. He said it was 50-50, but it's actually 20-30.
Yeah.
But I think it's because he said it was 25 foundations. We all assumed, but yeah. So he had made his deck specifically to be able to sign up for the regional, play his round, and still make it to the provisional before he would get a game loss or a match loss or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
Now, I understand why TOs would discourage that for the integrity of results, and it just would seem weird or bad if your opponent's like, oh, well, you're taking more than 5 minutes, I'm going to scoop to go play a different event. I absolutely understand why they don't want people to do that, but I've never seen anything that says I can't. I've never seen anyone tell me I'm not allowed to. It is deeply frowned upon. I know at like Magic events, there's been like jokes made about it. There's videos where a guy is hopping from draft pod to draft pod. But even in those, the judges say it's not strictly against the rules, but we are going to hold you to all the timing rules, and it's deeply frowned upon and deeply inconsiderate and stuff like that. So I've known people who've done it. I've known people who have done I'm going to sign up for a bunch of draft pods and just like drop from the ones, which again, like, it's fucked up for a draft pod specifically. I'll mention that because they need people to actually, do the draft. And if you just draft and then scoop all your games, it's like you just kind of like robbed people of the draft
basically.
Pool. But
you just went around rare drafting.
Yeah, but it's like a known thing. It's a known sort of it's a known part of the culture when you gate things behind attending events. And people are willing to O2 drop at an event. They're willing to basically pay the price of admission in exchange for the participation pricing, usually. It's the kind of thing where Jasco still gets their money, right? The TO, whoever's running the event, they still get paid for the admission. He's still going to get his promos. And if he gets a game loss, he's just following the rules. And so if it's something that you're not going to allow, I do think it needs to be codified somewhere, if only because the expectations from other events and other TOs varies across different games.
Yeah, no, I actually think that is a very good point. I didn't know if that anything actually came of that guy playing in both events. I don't know if he was allowed to or not.
The last thing I heard was when I played against him, he told me they wouldn't let him do it. They would not let him sign up for the other event. Or they asked him not to. Like, they greatly implied. Maybe that's what it was. I can't remember the exact quote, so maybe I shouldn't say.
I think it's, like I said, I guess, like, if you're going to say that ahead of time, sure. Like, if you want to be very specific, like, hey, we have this 64-person event, because I think the 32 pods are crazy for these events anyway. You're doing single elimination, and there's going to be more than 32 people who want to play after round 3, probably. So I think if you start them like a little bit later and you run them as like a bigger pod, more people are going to be happy. But yeah, I would not like losing the spot of a person who doesn't get to actually play meaningful card games the rest of the day to somebody who is still playing in the tournament. I think that's super lame like, no offense to the guy. Like, if it's not against the rules, it's not against the rules. Master Agent or wherever this guy wants to be wants to be known by.
I mean, his name is on the deck list officially. It feels a little weird, but he did ask Andrew not to use his real name, so I will respect it.
We'll keep calling him Master Asian then.
Yeah. So.
But yeah,
just before anyone posted in chat, please respect that he didn't want his real name used.
Yeah, I do think it is a little bit strange. I guess it's like a feels bad, right? I don't like him taking the spot of somebody who actually doesn't get to play in the regional anymore, but it's totally fine, right? If it's not in the rules or not against the rules, I see no reason why it wouldn't be allowed. You know, like it's weird. It's certainly kooky, but also like they don't run enough side events during the day of anyway. It's just like the one, so it's kind of sketchy both ways.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. I forgot about the capped event space, right? Like it's only 32 people. So in that respect, the side event is typically we, in our brain put it aside for the people who are no longer in the main event. And if you only have certain spots left, that makes a lot more sense. And again, I've seen specifically, people in the Discord talking about like if I were a TO, I wouldn't let them do it, things like that. And I totally understand it. It's just, again, it's one of those things where when he told me his plan, I thought he was a genius. And I wanted to do the same
brilliant.
thing.
Like I can't get these $50 promos normally unless I'm at these events. So like you're just master brain. You're like big brain over there, dude.
Yeah, and from what I can tell, from the way he played and everything, like, he would have been able to stay at least like 5-0, 6-0 while still playing in the other events. I don't know how long it took him in his match against JJ, but he beat Jacob, who won the event. He beat me, he beat Chris, he beat everyone else I talked to before I played against him. So, as far as I know, like he would have actually been able to successfully do it without interrupting either event. He probably would have taken a game loss here or there, but I don't think he would have gotten a match loss. And so I was like, my deck's pretty fast. Maybe I could do the same thing, know?
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, at the very least, the price for the provisional promos, like the price for entry, is just worth it to get 2 provisional promos. So, I was on board with his plan until I found out, like, the round we played that he's not allowed to, so.
Sure.
Fraudulent Asui. It's not.
I think it's hard to call him fraudulent when he was winning, but it's definitely not the way that most people want to have their games be played against them or played in general, right? Where you're just like, what if I just draw all attacks and it works? I mean, it's the same thing as playing dumb Tokiyami, right?
I would have called it coin flip Asui, but he did kill me even though I went first because I bricked 7. First, only time I bricked all event, really, like just 7 non-attacks.
Sure.
So, but yeah, I do think it's definitely like a going first deck more so, but it in UFS, in universes, in the My Hero card game, we always talk about how like your deck needs to do everything and your deck should do both. And I think they've done a good job of designing a space for aggro decks. I know like game design is a different conversation, but before we go calling decks fraudulent, I think aggro is its own archetype finally for the first time since I've played the game. It's still not the best. It's still not like great, but I think aggro is a real archetype.
Still got to high roll people.
Yeah.
I would say just on like the provisionals, like side events, I really do wish that I understand what is happening with these events and why they are single elimination because they don't have a second person to actually run them.
Mm-hmm.
They have no one to run them, so it's easier to write all the names on a piece of paper bracket and then just go from there, right? But like, I really do wish that this side event stuff was, even if it was, say, 4 rounds, cut the top 8 or whatever, do something like that. Like, give people the incentive to actually play as opposed to, all right, I paid $20 and I lost round 1. Now I get to sit around for 6 more hours. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's silly when you're trying to use this as a means to like give people something to do when they're out of the big event, and then you go from there, right? Like you're giving people something else to do at the main event, and then you're telling them, well, if you go 0-1, you're out. Sorry.
Yeah.
Have fun sitting around for 6 hours.
I was terrified because I had just played Jose in Top Cuts and got eliminated by Jiro because it's by far the worst matchup for a deck that looks at the top card of its deck as its primary offense. And then I sat down, I was bitching about Jiro, like the provisional had fired right after Top Cuts, and I had people waving me over. Everyone's already sitting down. I'm like, oh shit, I'm late.
and they hadn't started yet. But I'm like freaking out. I'm bitching, taking my deck out about Jiro, and the guy's like, "Oh, this is awkward," and he of course reveals a Jiro character card. So I was about to be like, I just paid $20 to get scammed.
Right? Like this fucking place sucks.
Yeah. I was about to be like, I hate this place.
I just don't. I do not like it because like imagine this: like you're playing the regional and you're like have a shit day, right? Or you're newer to the game and you're just trying to get some experience. And you go 0-3 and you're like, well, I mean my day's done here, but I really get a chance to go play in this provisional. And then you literally get to play one round.
Yeah.
You lose again, so you're done. You're just out of both tournaments at 4 losses. You're just done. Your day's done. You don't get to do anything else because there's only one provisional fired day of.
Yeah.
Or one side event at all fired day of. No like weird little pods to win packs, nothing like that. Nothing for fun for people to do. It's one side event, one regional. That's it. And the fucking side event is single elimination. That's something I wish would change in OP. If you're going to run side events, please stop doing single elimination. It's so boring.
It doesn't feel like you get a fresh start. That's what bothered me. When I sat down and I saw the Jiro and I was like, I feel like I have to win this die roll. Like, it did not feel like I joined a side event. It felt like I was still in like the X1 bracket, you know? It felt like I was still playing like for elimination after I had just gotten eliminated from an event.
Yeah, you're playing for your tournament life in a fun side event the entire time.
Yeah.
Weird. Super weird. Like, I don't get to have fun chit-chatting with like my opponents and like jerk around for like 4 rounds of maybe just meeting new people, right? You get, oh, well, I lost my first game. I guess I'll just go and sit with my friends I always talk to that are also not playing right now.
Yeah. Like, and to that point, like the teams event is always like the fucking crown jewel of the community.
Yeah.
And I've missed out on both of them now. I missed out in Vegas because both of my teammates were playing in the single round provisional when they called for the single limb provisional when they called for teams, and it was like, oh well, which by the way, our team would have been sick. It would have been me, Tamron Cardwell, and true champion Steven. Team like
that would have been a sick team.
That would have been sick. That would have been the greatest thing I could have done for my channel at the time. That could have been the best networking I did, and we missed it because it wasn't announced beforehand. You know. I missed it in Orlando because I was in Top Cuts, and then it was like, well, here's the provisional sign up for the 4th additional provisional that they weren't going to run except for enough people were like, please take our money. You definitely have you have additional participation promos. Please help us out. And so like it's important to note that they are doing what they can. You know, they did fire one additional for us, and I got my top 8 Selkie in the mail, and that was cool.
That was neat.
And without those extra provisional promos, you know, I don't know if I pay for my trip, like, right? Like, I was able to use a bunch of backlogged promos because it was expensive for me to fly from Vegas to Orlando with, I think, 1 month's notice. And so it's really iffy. Like, it's really, really iffy. I think that's Bromley. I assume Unfun Stuff is Bromley on that channel talking about single elimination of football. I agree. The 7-game series when it comes to sports is way, awesome. Way cooler. Fighting games do double elimination because single elimination would be stupid. They used to do single elim a long time ago. And exactly the same issue exists in the fighting game community. And I know that because of UFS, we have a ton of bleed with the fighting game community and people like confuse things with card games, and I get that. But in fighting games, side events are the lifeblood of every event because they do double elim. You're not going to win. You're a pot monster. You're a fucking no-name. It's just the truth, right? Like, you know, and I'm not saying that about the people who play card games. I'm saying, like, when it comes to a fighting game, there's a physical element that you know there is, you know, it'd be like me trying to outplay Tom Brady in a fucking football game.
You're not going to just fucking walk up and beat, like, you're not going to, like, show up and beat, like, Justin Wong ever at a fighting game event, right?
Right.
That's just not something normal people get to do often.
Yeah, right. And so, but I can gladly go win a game, win a round, feel good about myself, lose 2 rounds, and then play in side events. And Pop Monster is what we call alt art foil full art cards. It pretty much is at this point. But so when you go to a fighting game major, it's like a rite of passage to sign up for the event that you know you're going to have no chance of topping in, and then getting to play other events. Getting to play your obscure fighting game side event, getting to play your obscure niche format, teams event, seeing the spectacle events. This is one thing I'd really like to see, and this is something that Yu-Gi-Oh! Just did with their nationals. They do every year, and I think it'd be an excellent thing to do if our events get big enough, but we're probably a year or two off. The scripted duels between voice actors.
Oh, that sounds neat.
It's so sick. It's so corny, but it's so sick. Like, people cheer. People fucking, like, it's a scripted fake-ass duel, and when the guy plays Dark Magician, people fucking pop, The place goes nuts when he fucking flips over Mirror Force or, like, any staple card. So, side events, other things going on, you gotta... You do have to have the income, right? You have to have the money flow. You have to have a big enough event to justify that cost. But that's a goal I think we should aim for is a whole weekend of events that might not even necessarily be playing card games.
I think it would be very, very cool to see, like you said, like there's just a better, like, bigger scale of, like, side event options maybe. Because not everybody just wants to, like, grind out provisionals and do stuff like that. And if you're going to do provisionals, fire off a ton of them, right? Mm-hmm. Don't make them 32 people if you're going to do single elimination. Shit, don't make them single elimination. Do, like, 3 rounds, 8 people pods. There's only going to be one undefeated person at the end of those 3 rounds. And, like, don't give out top 8 promos, right? Just give out, here's a winner promo. Here's something like this. Here's something like that. Like, if you're going to do something like, just do 3 round stuff. Fun things that people can just keep playing in. Let them, like, take all of their money, right? Like, oh man, that was so fun. I want to play in another one with my other shitty deck. I want to play in another one with my other shitty deck. Like, just keep on going and letting people keep playing and stuff, as opposed to, like, all right, well, you're 0-1 in our 32-person single elimination event, so you get to now sit around and have fun playing fun games, I guess, with people if they want to play still after having a shit day, right? Like, that's what you're asking people to do, basically. Or stay in a regional where they have no chance of winning.
Yeah. And, in the past, personally, like, I'm not there to sign up for a whole bunch of extra events, especially if it's, one of the big 3 games where I'm just trying to hang out and, like, take in the ambiance, really. So I've not had a lot of experience with the side events because it's just going to be more me losing. How do you feel about, like, a draft provisional? Like a side event that's draft, but the participation and the prize is provisional promos.
I think it'd be really cool to have draft as, like, a viable option for side events, right? Because I don't think that there's necessarily anything in any sort of rules in any sort of way that says, hey man, you can't do draft for one of these side events. I think that's just a choice that they're making, right? You get to charge people a little bit more money, let them have fun goofing around with. If you want to do, like, 8-person pods or 4 I don't know how drafting works in My Hero, honestly. Is it 4 people?
Well, I don't think they have official rules yet, so that's, like, something else. Sure. I know, like, Church put out some rules, and then people said they couldn't do it, and then they changed it. Like, for the pre-release, the issue was you needed 8 packs to do sealed, but it was only set up to give people 6 packs. But then they didn't have draft rules, so they said do sealed, and people were like, we don't have enough packs to do sealed, so it was an issue.
Yeah, I do know that that did end up being an issue, but I think that what ends up happening is is it 4 people pods? I don't remember how drafting works, but whether it be 4 or 8 people pods, just, like, do that, right? Just have little cool draft pods. Let the winner if you want to not give out a billion promos, let only the winner get, like, the winner promo. Like I'm saying, you get, like, a winner Selkie. Everybody else gets their participation promos. Yada yada yada. Like, go on from there. Like, just let people do things to have fun during these events, because I think that's the biggest thing that is lacking. Is not everybody who comes to these events is ideally trying to play in, like, a hyper competitive setting. Like, they're coming to have fun sometimes. And as you said, like, in fighting games, it's the same way in this game. There's not everybody that's in that event is going to be able to make top cuts. That's just simply how it is. Some of those people are there to play the game. and enjoy themselves. And sometimes playing in a regional isn't enjoyable. So, like, give them some other stuff to do. Give them some more fun, like, side stuff. We're not all going to be at, like, conventions. Not every event is at Gen Con or Origins where they can go and, like, walk around and buy stuff, right? Sometimes you're in a rodeos convention area in Orlando, Florida, and you're not close enough to Disney to give a shit, you know?
Yeah, your closest thing nearby is a Wawa.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And they didn't even have the rodeo running when we were there, so, like, what was the point, you know? Like, I'm trying to go to the rodeo if I go O2 drop.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's something bigger games definitely have, like, just a pure advantage on, of course. But it's true. Like, if you follow Magic at all, it's not the Pro Tour that matters. It's the Magic Fest, which used to be called Command Fest because Commander is the super casual multiplayer format. I've been working on like this weird rule set, but I can never really find time to like get people to play it. But I think a Commander format, well, really we need more cards to do Singleton. But
sure,
you know, I think like pushing an official casual format, I guess, is kind of weird to say, but it's been proven to work. It's been proven to be important to the sustainability of the biggest card game. And I think cultivating that style event would be huge. Like, I personally am not like a concert going, show going, convention going guy. I go to a fucking, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! YCS and hang out to watch the actual games get played. I sign up at like a Pro Tour and go like usually 1-2, and then I'm just hanging out to see like what it's like.
Sure.
You know, once or twice entered a draft type of a thing. But so like even as someone like me who doesn't like to go to shows or like live events, this is my shit. Like, this is what I'm about. And if you had side events and side shows and, you know, just different ways to interact with the community at large, you know, just vaguely adjacent to the card game, like that would kill it for me. That'd be huge.
I think a Commander style game would be so fucking cool, man. Like, I know you couldn't do it right now because My Hero is only like 200 something cards. It's maybe 300 cards tops.
You could do 50 card Singleton, and that
you could do like 50 card Singleton, but I think that wouldn't even be very fun. Like,
no.
But like once the game builds a little bit, I would be so down for some Singleton. It would be so sick.
I think I'm gonna try to rope Andrew Holder into doing the Commander style format, just with, you know, legacy cards, because that's how Commander really works. Like that's like the real appeal is you can play cards from 2008.
Sure.
And I think I'm going to try and launch it with that. And then as My Hero, of course, like gets bigger, more popular, like the integration. The unfun stuff, Old Dog, New Quirks, like an awesome...
I saw that. That looks really cool. That I think that's Bromley's next Friday will be... Not this upcoming, but the next one, or is it that... Yeah, it's the 28th, right?
Yep.
The 29th, sorry. The 29th will be what's it, a retro character, basically?
I believe the rule was there's a ban list, and it's growing as Bromley furiously types, but it should be any Jasco era character card with My Hero cards in the deck. So like only the character card can be retro. There's no like character stacking, like no additional character card shenanigans. But you can play yourself. You can play Phil Birch if you want.
Unfortunately, I work on Fridays, or I would be so down.
Taylor, all right, I'll play Phil Birch for you.
I would be so down. I'm like, oh my god, that'd be so fucking fun.
Can you imagine playing Phil Birch with specialized sound waves? Just like, I will gladly put these foundations on top and zing your ass.
It would be so nice. But yeah, I think that's like, it's just, there's like, it goes a long way having fun formats, right?
Mm-hmm.
Having things that are not just like super like hyper competitive all the time. Like, I mean, I know that personally when I go to events, I don't want to play like casual games with anybody, right? But suddenly if I have like a Commander deck, I'm going to feel like way different about that if it's a fun format, right? Like if someone's like, dude, you want to play like Commander or something, if I'm fucking scrubbed out, I'm going to be like, yeah, no, that could be cool, you know? That could be a fun thing to do right now. As opposed to, no, I don't really want to play you with my meta deck because it's the only one I'm carrying on me, and that doesn't sound like very fun to do after I lost enough to get out of the event, you know?
And I've been lucky. I've never dropped from an event early. I'm always on the bubble. I'm always X2. So, like, this stuff never really mattered to me. It never really came up. You know, when they used to do blackjack at Worlds in Vegas, I'd always be playing in the rounds, right? Like, I'd never have the opportunity to do that stuff. I did the carnival games at South Point, like, one time, and, you know, that stuff was cool. That was Jasco doing what they could with what they had at the time. And I always thought that stuff was, I always really appreciated it, even if I didn't get to enjoy it, even if it wasn't for me. Sorry, Murder Cleese talking about the ban list. We did not talk about the ban list yet. This is a positivity stream only. We focus only on the uplifting and the future of organized play. But we will definitely get into witch hunting and bullshitting in about an hour.
We've got a lot of time.
But yeah, when it comes to the additional formats, that's not something I ever thought I'd really want. But now the more I think about it, like, that's what I want to go for. I want to go and play, like, on a Friday event before the actual tournament starts and just not care because it's a casual thing, because I'm going to get participation if I pay money to sign up or whatever, you know. Like, the more that we talk about this, the more I realize I want it.
It would be nice to have some sort of, like, breather event, particularly when they're going to, like, conventions, right? Mm-hmm. Instead of having, like, day 1 convention has provisional, day 2 convention has a provisional, day 3 you're going to play in a regional, day 4 we have provisionals and, like, teams. It's like, that's every single one of those is, like, a hyper competitive situation, where I think that, like, provisional, here's a commander tournament, regional teams is, like, a fine little, like, smorgasbord of things, right? As long as you are giving people still, like, not necessarily unique promos for the commander type event. Like, that can be ran as a provisional. It's just, like, with a unique set of rules, right? Like, that would be fine with me. I think people would have a lot of fun. Like, you'd see a lot of people actually probably enjoying themselves no matter what table they are. I don't think you're going to have 50 drops from that event because, like, I think it'd be neat, right? Like, I wouldn't drop even if I'm getting smacked, because maybe my deck gets to do the one cool thing I designed it to do one round, you know?
That's all it needs to. That's Commander in a nutshell. Is like, even if I lose, if my deck did the one cool thing I wanted it to do, like, we're gravy. We didn't need to win.
Exactly. That's what I signed up for. I'm going to get it to do the one sick thing one time, and I'm going to feel like a fucking king.
Yeah. Spirit's talking about plus ultra board game tournaments. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about cross-promotional board gaming?
I mean, I'm down to play a board game. I don't know if I want it. I mean, if you're talking about as a side event, as an option, and, like, the tournament itself has the board game available, like, I'm not, you know, bringing my own board game.
Yeah, board game tournaments are always weird. I've done a few, and it's like, you usually feel like you're playing against people who aren't trying to compete, and you're, like, confused because you're trying to compete because it says the word tournament. And you're just like, I guess I'll just roll some dice and do something random because I've been winning the whole time.
I guess I'll try to stop turbo smashing these kids who are just having fun playing their favorite board game, and I'm just trying to win the promo at the end.
They're usually, like, demoing, trying to learn it, right? And you're just like, I've done this once.
That's going to be me playing the Plus Ultra board game at Gen Con, by the way, just to get Let's Fight Bad Guys promos. I'm going to be like, if I win this first one, I get a board game and all of the Let's Fight Bad Guys promos. I don't have to show up for the second one.
Yeah. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I would love to just not care about my placing in an event because I could have fun doing other stuff. Taking in more things to do. Like, I always go to the events, like, especially the ones at conventions. I play the card game. I usually leave at, like, 11 at night. And I never did anything in the convention. I walked around once, like, on the break. Like, they're not for me. I said, like, you know, earlier, I'm not a convention guy. So, like, I'm there for the card game stuff. And, you know, when there's little things for the card game stuff, I've been interested. So, I definitely think more formats would be really, really cool. Talking about the convention setup where they had the multiple days of provisionals, putting different stuff on different days absolutely sounds like a win to me. I will say, how do you feel about multiple formats, you know, have to draw in different audiences, right? And do you
Sure.
think that we have a community big enough to support, let's say we have like an old dog's new quirks, which, you know, favors old heads specifically, I guess, right? And like if we did it paper, we'd probably have to track down the card. And then if we had a multiplayer Commander-esque style format, do you think right now with where we're at in our community, people would actually show up for those events?
I think that like the idea is if you put any kind of amount of promos behind it, like some people are going to show up. And then like if the event does turn out to be fun and they have a good time playing it, then I think they do return for it, right? Like you get the idea of like you said, I mean obviously this is an unrealistic thing right now because these events are purely run as My Hero Academia collectible card game events, so we can't actually, you know, dive our way back into our standard collections and build a cool like Highlander list, right? A cool Commander list. We can't really do that because I don't know if they're allowed to run non-My Hero events at the same event centers as the My Hero events, right? I don't know how the ruling or they're working with Funimation or whatever the fuck, Crunchyroll, whoever the hell they're teamed up with goes, right? Like I don't know how that goes, but
Old
I think
Dog New Tricks might have been a bad example. But like My Hero specifically, like 2 different side formats for My Hero, like do you think it would split the audience too much?
I don't think so, really. Like, I mean, they showed on day 2 of Orlando that actually 120 people were willing to show up for provisionals, right? Like they fired off 4 provisionals, and that also a team event. Like, I think people are willing to play, man. I think people just want to play, and I think having a fun format for the less competitive people is the way to go. Not all those people are entering events to win them. They're just entering, and they are entering events to play the game they like playing.
I'm stuck in Orlando for the weekend, bro. Like, I'm there. You know, I got nowhere else to go.
Right, like, I can't go anywhere. I'm going to play in the event, you know?
You know, take my money. I'm here. Like, please. Yeah, that's the one.
To that even, like, that point, like, I started my day 3-3, and then I won my last 2 rounds, right? If I go 3-3 and there's fun shit to do, I'm not playing the last 2 regional rounds. I'm going to go do fun shit.
Right.
Instead, I'm like, I guess I'll try and win 1 extra regional promo.
Right.
Like, it incentivizes, I'm not saying it incentivizes people to drop, but it would give you something else to do if you're having like a day that wasn't necessarily the greatest. I put like crap in Orlando, so I had a lot of time to actually go do stuff. I mean, I'm glad I got to meet my last 2 opponents. I had a lot of fun, but like that's not necessarily like the be all end all, right? Like it'd be cool to go and do like a cool side event or play in teams or play in this, that, and the other for just, you know, the sake of playing in it.
And you've activated my trap card because you mentioned playing for an additional regional promo. Would that change if it were a provisional promo? Because we know that the price for the provisional promos is basically double the regional alt arts, right? If it's the difference between winning expensive promos, does that actually incentivize you to stay? People have talked about, you know, people dropping and needing to like we were talking about side events for people who drop, but there's an entirely different conversation that's been started about encouraging people to stick around. If you're getting additional provisional promos to stick around, is that something you're interested in? Or do you think that provisional promos shouldn't exist at all, just like Andrew Holder?
Joke's on you. You've activated my trap card by activating my own trap card of your trap card. That's think
called Chain Link 3, Phil.
This is all yeah, right. This is all a moot point if you make like provisionals more accessible, right? The only reason that these cards are so valuable is because they are inaccessible promos, which I know a lot of people in the community have a very big problem with, me, myself included. I think it is very silly to have them at such a... I mean, mechanically unique, it's thrown around a lot, right? The mechanically unique promos to be at such like a... I guess we're still going to call them prestigious, even though they're all single elimination tournaments at this point, event. I think it would be, and I also think it would be super weird if I got provisional promos for playing in a regional. Like, I get it, it would be more valuable, but like, I think it'd be really weird, right? Wouldn't you kind of feel like a little slighted if you ended up with a promo from a completely different set of events in your regional, or like in your, if you're in a provisional and you played and they didn't give you more provisional promos, they gave you victory promos, right? Like, wouldn't that be weird? Isn't that kind of like the stepping stone that we're going on right now?
Yeah, and it would definitely feel really bad if the higher level of competition was the gated promos, because then it would really matter to people if your tiebreakers got screwed right at the end.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing for me is like I've suffered in the past a lot from bubbling out, and it feels like, well, if my tiebreakers were better, if my opponents didn't drop, like I swear to you, dude, for a full year, like 2017 to 2018, every event, it's like when I did my most traveling, every event I went to, I would play someone round 1 or 2, and they'd like, yeah, I'm just here because my friend's here. I don't fucking know what Crashman does. I'm dropping. Like, and then I would like I would legit get like 17th or like 9th place, like wherever it is,
Yeah.
Miss out to Kevin Broberg at like 3 different events all in one summer on tiebreakers. And it's like every event I went to, I had someone in my first 2 rounds tell me they're not going to play after this round. So
Super weird.
that stuff feels super bad. And I really don't want that to be the difference between missing out on another set of promos or missing out on a Switch or something like that.
Sure.
So I think that having those cool side events is definitely a better way to go. I'd so much rather, and again, it doesn't matter too much to me, or like it wouldn't have changed much to me because I'm bubbling out. I'm not X2. I'm not like 2-2 and dropping, but I definitely think that like I would still rather those people be able to go do something else with their time if that's what they want to do, than feel like they'd have to stick around to get promos, because let's be real, those people aren't going to help my tiebreakers that much. They're not there to play. They're not there to, they don't know what the deck is doing anyway. They're there because their friends are on a road trip to Las Vegas half the time, and they just want to hang out.
Like, yeah, my buddy told me that I could come with him to Vegas, and I guess we're here playing this card game for a couple hours, but I'm just here to play, like, get some promos and leave.
Bro, you're verbatim telling me shit I've heard it like every Vegas PTC. Legit had a dude come in and be like, I'm here for a Smash tournament. I don't know how to play UFC. Like,
oh no.
And I'm like,
he
why
do
is
the
this
classic
around
UFC.
Legit, the guy got done like halfway through one game, was like, yeah, I thought I knew how to play, but I don't. Put the cards down, walked away from the cards, and just started playing Smash. Like
he is like, I don't even want these, man.
He borrowed these cards from somebody and just left them there.
That's insane. Also hilarious. Yeah, no, I guess that's fair, man.
That's Smash Bros players in a nutshell, swear to God.
The counterpoint to like everybody's strength of schedule argument is always just don't lose, right? Like if you would have just win XO, you're gonna top cut, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, it is annoying to have like bad tiebreakers, and I know about bad tiebreakers. I had to actually win every single game as Toga after round 1 to top in Origins because I had like a 33% strength of schedule or some shit. It was like 33-point opponent win percentage. I was like, man, no one I played won any fucking games.
Yeah, I don't think encouraging people to stay with more promos is a great idea, especially if we can get the promos out to people by letting them play in different events. Sure. If we can, like, what's someone gonna feel better about, right? Like, it again, I understand wanting to protect the integrity of results or whatever, but however you want to put it, not to be dismissive, just however you want to explain it. Protect the standings and encourage people to finish events. I understand that, like, altruistically, but not just me being in this position, but like knowing my friends who go to events. Would I rather them sit around and continue to play and just be like, yeah, I'm just playing just to play because I get more stuff or there is some benefit, or for the same benefit, if they're out playing a completely different event and they go like 3-3 in that, they probably have a blast.
Sure.
They're going to sit there and go 4-4 at a regional, and the last guy they're playing the last round's like, yeah, I messed up, but whatever, just kill me. Like, you know what I mean? Like the table 80 people are like, I don't even care. I'm just going to play all the attacks and see if it kills you. Like, you're not
right.
You're not really
learning anything, and you're not getting better. They're not getting better. No one's really getting better. You're just playing the game for the fun of it at that point, or like you're just playing the game to get it over with.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like about like the top. I guess I do like about the top 64 promos that you get like one extra if you top 64, because I think it does encourage people to actually be trying a little bit Like I know that a lot of people are still going to drop because like it is a more competitive game now, right? Like, but it is. I think it is a better way of going about it, where you're like, all right, top 64, you are still playing for something, so you still feel like your games are a little bit meaningful, which I think is nice. I mean, I got to play a couple games against like one of the guys the guy I played in the last round was like, I think his name's Justin Petty. He was a really nice guy, super fun game we had too. And he's like, so I guess like the winner gets a top 32 promo and the loser gets a top 64 promo, huh? And I was like, yeah, I guess that's kind of what we're looking for. And then we both got top 64 promos anyway because I didn't make top 32, that's for sure.
Right.
But yeah, it's like it is an incentive to like keep people going, and I think the community is generally in a like we're all like pretty cool people, right? So like you're getting to meet new people, and I haven't met any fucking turds down in Randy Land when I'm down there, but you know I'm sure they exist.
Well, you know, I certainly haven't been down to Randy Land in a long time. So.
Must be fucking nice, Sam. Must be fucking nice.
I do remember at, I guess it'd have to be Las Vegas Worlds 2020. My boy Brett Hillman was playing Takeda round 7 or 8, like final round. He's at table 68 or something, like of like a 130 person event, you know.
Oh no!
And he's playing a Takeda mirror, and I think it was happening to him. His opponent was like, okay, I'm gonna do like all this stupid Takeda stuff. And Brett Hillman goes, oh, and then you can just do that enhance again, and that kills me. And the guy goes, no, hold up. I built this deck to do this. And then he slams down the Takeda Fatality combo, and like, he's like, let me resolve this, you know? And that
he said, I built this to Fatality combo you. I do not want to do the thing you just told me to do. Please do not speak to me.
Yeah, Brett Hillman's like, they're playing the same deck. You know, Hillman's, I'm sure, got the Fatality combo and stuff, and he's like, oh, you can just do the Flame Roar Enhance, and this is lethal. And he goes to pick up his cards, and the guy's like, no. Wait. Checks a Fatality.
He said, hold on. Pause.
Yeah, and that guy was having the time of his life, and they were loving it at the, 3 and 5 bracket, whatever the fuck, right? Game doesn't
Randy
matter.
Land.
And they're just there to chill and like see their decks work, right? But imagine if 4 rounds ago they had started a new tournament, both ran into each other, and that game mattered.
I mean, that sounds like the dude trying to play Fatality combo Takeda really wants to play Highlander or like Commander, dude. He wants to have his one stupid combo go off one time and have just the time of his fucking life in a Commander event, you know?
Yeah,
I respect the fuck out of that.
I think it's like the one time probably he got to pull it off all day, maybe twice, and it was at a point where he had like over lethal. You know, he had like already in such a winning position. But like, I just remember thinking like how dope that guy would have felt if he was just playing like someone in a side event. You know, I remember thinking back in 2020 if they had just had like a side casual bracket like they do for fighting games is most of my experience, where the people when in the side events at fighting game majors, people go like 2-2 and feel great. After going 0-2, they go 2-2 and feel awesome. And so I think that kind of stuff, like, it's so weirdly contextual. It's so weirdly relevant to everything else that's happening around you, that it's easy to overlook little stuff like that, I think.
Agreed. Definitely agreed. I think that is, now that we have talked about it, pretty high on my my OP list. I would love some side events. Because dude, sometimes it's just not your day. It doesn't matter who you are at an event. Sometimes it's just not your day.
Yeah, and I think a big reason why we haven't thought about it before is because we haven't had the community size until MHA, right? Like, they've done an excellent job of actually growing the community and getting like these bigger events out. I was really afraid that by the time Orlando came around, the event would drop in size. It didn't seem to have all the hustle and bustle around it. It didn't seem to be as hyped up, not at like Origins had all the hype of like the 4 or 5 events, right? Like, it was like 3 provisionals at least by the end of it in the regional.
Yeah.
And then Orlando, going into it, I'm like, so that's just a regional. I didn't know that there'd be side events. I was signed up because it's where I'm from, and my family was like, "Oh, you should go."
Sure.
But like it didn't seem like as big or as good of a trip, right, as the Origins advertisement. So I was afraid Orlando was only going to be like 75 to 100 people. So I do think they've done a great job of keeping the numbers up, keeping people interested.
I think it's one of those situations too where like you're realizing how big like certain play groups actually are, because like a lot of the Orlando regional is populated by people in that like surrounding area, right? Like you have people from like Mississippi and South Carolina and or like the Carolinas and Georgia and like stuff
Gulf
like that
Coast.
coming down to the event, and even Florida itself has like huge player groups that it are willing to like easily sustain these events. Like, so I think it's good to have events where you're seeing numbers, even though it's not necessarily everybody traveling for the event. And I mean, like the people from Omaha are always going to travel for the events. Like Rochester guys always travel, stuff like that. But you're seeing like local groups and local growth really supporting kind of these regionals, particularly the ones that aren't at conventions where there isn't the extra added cost of paying for like a badge and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's been kind of magical in a way. We're a really emotional community. At the end of the day, you see a lot of people get choked up. And not to be mean, but I mean, I've seen people who I've never met before, like people whose names I don't recognize, post on Facebook giant paragraphs about how great the community is and how wonderful it is to see, a card game community that, really comes together and supports people and stuff like that, and showing off how tight knit it is. And I think we're finally deep enough in where I don't think we're afraid of losing that anymore. I definitely think there was some apprehension in the beginning. There was a lot of the cheeky Sam Tate really out here making fun of me. What are you talking about? You're a name I would literally recognize. I when you cry on camera, I know
Is that
who
Christopher
it is.
Cromley over there?
But
Christopher Cromley.
I mean, genuinely, people that I've had to go, okay, it's cool that they feel this way, but literally, who are they talking about? Like, genuinely, whose group are they a part of? And I think some credit should be given to Jasko for that. I really do think that the credit given to guys like Jellyfish and Linoco and Espira even for like reaching out and making sure that that there is still like a concerted effort to be welcoming and not just be like, we're the company that runs the game, you can sort it out, right? Like they engage with people.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, it's nice to see people still like it's the initial worry was like all these people coming from other card games are going to kind of like make it less fun, less friendly. But yeah, it really hasn't, to my knowledge. Like I mean, there's a few bad eggs here and there, but like I haven't seen particularly anybody be a dick to anybody. Like it's been pretty chill, pretty laid back.
Yeah, I 100% was afraid that there would be, competitive card game teams that would come in and sort of at least test the waters, right? And see, like PPG guys like Andrew Duvall have done great. Awesome people, like not the people I'm afraid of. But I genuinely was afraid of people who, would come in, make a concerted effort to win competitive events and stay like at the very top tables and not really be a part of the community, just show up for the events. And that would kind of rob us in a sense. Again, we're not entitled to that, but it would rob us of like a lot of community engagement. And so not having that is also kind of a cursed thing, right? Like it's kind of a double-edged sword, because if you did have like a famous team like Channel Fireball guys, like if LSV was winning our events, that'd be great exposure. Don't get me wrong. But
sure.
It would be kind of whack to see just like Magic Pro players make up our entire top 8. So that was actually something I was afraid of, that they'd have like a lucrative reward system that would reward people who just really know card games to get familiar with our games and show us things that maybe we don't even recognize about card evaluation and deck consistency and things like that.
Yeah, sure. I think that's a fair point, right? Like we are certainly getting players from other games, and they're doing well. Like they're obviously making top 16s, top 8s, stuff like that, and that's really cool. That's good. That means that the game isn't impossible to learn as we all expect it to be, you know. So it's really cool to see like new people showing up and like meeting new people who are having like good runs and like are cool people and stuff like that. It's been really cool meeting new people from the My Hero Academy aspect of it, really, right? Like people who weren't playing universes before and stuff and stuff like that. That just like fucking My Hero Academia because they're a bunch of dirty weebs.
Yeah, and it's, you know, Bromley's talking about how like we've seen a bunch of these card game guys trying to cross over and do well, and like I specifically mean like an actual team of dominance, because it's not like similar to how in the very first events we had like literal mirror matches of Kirishima decks 1-for-1 and stuff like that, and that's more common in other card games. It's been less common maybe in like the last 4 to 5 years, like post 2015. There's sort of like a competitive card game renaissance as far as trying to make sure that deck styles are represented, but of course formats are very subjective to what's coming out. Right. But it's not super uncommon to see like a grand finals between two guys on the same team. It's not super, you know.
Two guys who got ahead of the meta, not necessarily ahead of the meta with a whole new deck, but like the ones that found like one card that put it over the top a little bit, right? Like that turned their matches, and they're both the same team, right?
Yeah.
That's how Mitchell has described his, like, he plays with a bunch of the guys in Michigan who are really good at Yu-Gi-Oh! And he has explained to me like how typically the way they do the best is, or when they're doing the best is when they're telling people, like, people are asking them questions about like what the best decks are, and they are telling them the deck that they are one step ahead of, kind of, right? Like they know how to beat said deck, and they're doing things in that regard. Where it's like, yeah, those are the people winning, right? The people who are ahead of the meta. And that's kind of how I like to look at it.
Yeah, the save that shit for nationals mentality is something that's very frustrating to me. We've definitely seen communities in our game who are very secretive of their tech and very protective, and you'll find out at Worlds when it matters, and then those are never the people matters. Who win.
Yeah. Like, you could have just told me, man. It didn't matter.
Yeah. A lot of times it leaks anyway, and then, you know, because they got to test it. But, and yeah, no, that's actually that's like a perfect example, because there's a lot of people, especially in like a local meta specifically, people will do well. And I've seen this in Vegas. I've seen this at the fucking place where Chum-Li used to play Pokemon cards from Pawn Stars. People would come up and they'd ask the people who win every week, like, what's their take on metas and blah, 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 and stuff like that. And they would never play that the next week. Whatever their answer was, they're not playing that the next week, because they already know that it's not the best deck. You know what I mean? Like, they've played the deck and they went, this isn't the best, I can make this better. And people ask them what's in this deck currently, you know, and yeah,
absolutely.
And so you'll see a team, especially in Magic, where sideboarding is super important, where they'll play the same deck that everyone's been playing for months, and then usually it's one card or two cards different, and then like one or two sideboard pieces that just dominate a matchup, and all of a sudden that's enough to make both of those people like top 4 easy. You know what I mean? So I was afraid of that. I was afraid of like the PPG guys who all play the same deck, just as an example. All 4 of them in top cuts like would have been like a nightmare for me.
I had to play against all of those guys in Vegas. It was so fucked up.
Really? All 3 of them?
I played against every single one of them playing Mineta 2, and I won once, lost twice. I beat the guy who changed like 2 cards from his main deck.
Yeah, it's like
I was like, what the fuck, man? And they weren't like assholes about it or anything. So like you said, those guys are really nice dudes. Like the PPG guys, Andrew Duvall, and I think his name's Emil. He's super cool too, man. He comes up and says hi to me all the time when we see each other now.
Yeah, and stuff like that's good for the game, and stuff like that is something I actually want to be able to do. Don't get me wrong. I want to be the guy who's got the team of people playing all the same deck, and like if excuse me, if any of us win the event, we get to all take credit. Like, that's half the point, right? Is we figured it out as a team, and
Bromley tried that for Vegas, by the way. I don't know if you ever heard about that story. Bromley literally messaged like 4 people the night before Vegas, or like the week before Vegas, is like, I have the deck. You all should be playing. Yeah, I tried to do that with Togo. The boys were not about it.
The boys were not about it. That's the self-expression in this game is insane. It really
I think that's the biggest thing for me, right? Like, you don't see a lot of people running the exact same list because people want to play the game their own way, and like not every play style is fit for the same person, and some people like different numbers. And like, I think it's because it's a draw to your hand size game where you're also making checks that you get such different expression in the card games, right? Like, you're seeing too many cards to like you're flipping through so many cards that like having the very similar decks amongst a lot of people is probably never going to happen, because some people are going to want to see cards more than others. Some people are going to value cards differently, and I think that's like actually really cool. You're not going to get a lot of like hive mind people, and I think it's kind of a product of like the PPG guys being all into the game probably at the same time, where they are capable of having that like homogenous like thought processes, whereas like Bromley and I are never gonna see eye to eye on cards, not a single time.
Well, and it's super interesting too, because not only do you talk about like having to have like the same thought process, but a lot of the times you have to do a lot of similar testing and iterations with the same decks. I don't know if a lot of people in the community have been the best about that. Definitely Broberg, one of our most decorated players, also infamous for last minute deck building decisions, right? So when you have a team of people who are all iterating on the same deck, you have like these extra layers of confidence, and these extra layers of familiarity. Whereas I think a lot of us in the past, especially those who might be known as kooky brewers in the community, like want to jam as many cool interactions at the last minute, just because they have a conceptual vibe of the deck, rather than something that's tried and true. And you can definitely get away with a lot of kooky stuff with like control decks and like seven-handers specifically because of the card selection. But when you see the decks like the Kirishima 2, I think they definitely reward your familiarity with those play patterns.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. And just like as another, I guess, example of how you in a same community can end up with like completely different decks. I mean, myself, Bromley, Brad Townsley, Devin Bernier, all in the same Discord talking about Toga, probably far more than anybody has ever talked about Toga in the history of the game. Every single one of us had a life deck, and all 4 of them were different.
Right.
Not a single one of us played a similar deck. So it's just like, it just comes down to like what cards you think are working and what cards you don't, right? Like it's just fun. It's one of the fun parts about the game, man. You can say like even net deckers get to change cards, right? You don't have to play the same lists.
Yeah, and it's there really is so much variance, and I talk about it a lot, but because there is no strict cost evaluation, like you look at a magic card, 2 magic cards, they're both a 4 cost creature, right? It's very clear which one is going to be better most of the time. Especially if they're on the same color and you have a specific deck. Like, it's very rare that you're picking between the two, and you don't really get that in this game. Like, people will look at a card like Home Run Comet, and to me, it does nearly nothing. It does almost nothing. To most people, it's one of the actual greatest dunks in the format, right? So we do have a first-time chat from, I believe, the Dave Wagner. You can correct me.
That is the David Wagner right there.
I only say his real name because I only say his real name because you can find him on multiple card art out there. You can go right now to uvsultra.online and look him up. He's got some of the actual coolest card art I've seen from Champ Cards. Also, the first person I ever asked to sign a card in this game. Very nice. So, we are getting a little bit away from the discussion at hand for organized play. So let me recap it, get us back on track in case there's anything we missed. So the excuse me, the schedule for events in advance, right? We want to know as soon as possible. The itinerary for the actual events themselves, so we know when side events are. The side events, are I guess, like the new obsession, right? Like after talking about it, it's like it's the thing I'm most focused on. So really cool side events. And then I guess for me, before we get too far away from it, I really wanted to talk about player communication. And specifically, I think from judge staff or from the way to interpret the rules. And what I mean by that is I've had discussions with multiple different judge staff of multiple different levels, and everyone has like their own personal philosophy and their own personal beliefs around it. And I get that. And I think that this is something that's like a hot button issue. And as they codify judges, like I had Nil on the podcast last week on Orange Card, Blue Card, we talked about her main focus was having an actual structure for the judge program, different levels. Sure. And part of that structure, I think, has to be communicating with players, not just the letter of the law, but the intent of the rules. Murdercle's talking about how some believe it's not their job to correct players. We need to know. Whether or not that's their job. And spoiler, it's in the rules that it's their job. So I think that's a huge thing for me. I want to know when the judges say accepted board state, I want to know why they're saying that personally, even if I'm not involved in the game, because I need to know the philosophy behind it. Because games I've played in the past, and the last time I heard this was on a pre-release Twitch stream for Magic the Gathering, so this could be as unofficial as it gets. However, the accepted board state idea was explained to me as a way to protect players from angle shooting. It's to protect you from your opponent letting you make a mistake and then calling a judge later after you accepted the board state. The way I have heard it used for this card game has essentially just been, oops, we made a fuck up, one player benefited greatly and no one caught it in time. And that feels wrong. That feels like it's not something that you say it's an accepted board state to, even if there's no way to correct it in the right way. So
sure,
that's I don't know how many times you've had like an interaction with judges. I've actually not really had to call judges very often for my games, but when you hear things like that, do you wish that there was just like some resource or and again, Magic does this very sparingly. I don't think this is like a super common thing for a card game, but I really need to know the philosophy behind the judging, not just, and again, only because other venues, other avenues, other card games have given me this. They've given me their thought process behind why they implement the rule. Is that something that you care about? Do you want to know, how they're going to basically enact these rules, not just what they are?
I think that, and I have not had to call the judge very often. The only time that I actually have had to call the judge, I kind of feel bad about it because, it is a situation where I would have been totally cool with this, it was like a irreparable state in my eyes, but, because of how the situation played out, it became irreparable.
Right.
And I felt like in that one instance, I got answered very quickly and swiftly, right? I got, this is exactly what happens when your opponent draws an extra card or draws an illegal card. This is exactly what happens. And then we moved on in 20 seconds, right? It was a quick interaction. The other times I've seen judges, though, I have seen the interactions where they're taking multiple minutes, they're taking 10 minutes and such like that, really holding up the tournament basically because they have to give a time extension to those players, really holding the tournament up for rulings that they, if are not sure about, they should just go to a head judge. And if the head judge isn't sure about, then there's an issue, right? That seems like a problem. But I do wish that there was some kind of thing to some document to look at, right? That would really be an understanding of what is an expectation of the judge.
Right.
That would be good to know. because it seems very weird to have somebody say it's not my job to like correct a player's mistakes.
Yeah.
While they're like watching the game, right? Like their only job is to be there to be a judge in like say like a Top Cut game or like a stream game. They're like literally there to be a judge, and then saying things like it's not my job to correct mistakes, I think is a really weird thing to say. So I would like to see some kind of document explaining or being implicitly like, this is within the realm of things I am expected to do. This is the like phrasing we are going to use to these manners. Like if a game state is agreed upon and like we move further past it, like we can't just go back and fix it because things start going poorly, stuff like that, right? Like
right.
If you miss the burn one on knife slice, right, and then you go past it for an entire turn and then go, oh wait, you were supposed to burn one, like
right.
I want to know what the judge is supposed to say in that situation. Is he supposed to be like, hey?
And I think too the byproduct of communicating with the players, of course, right, is you now communicate the precedent to your other judge staff.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember, but for years, UFS rules were basically based on the last precedent set by a judge. It was just, how was it ruled at the last event? And all of that ended up with a lot of he said, she said, hearsay rulings. A lot of it ended up with people going, oh, well, that's not how that works. A judge ruled it this way at the last event. And, you know, I didn't think that we would deal with that as much as we have, I guess.
Yeah.
And it hasn't seemed to be like the biggest issue, but it is surprising to me that it's happening on like a streamed game. It's surprising to me that it's happening in like a Top Cuts or like a win and in game. And it's, you know, I guess I want to share a little story with you, I guess, now, because you talked about being, you know, the anxiety to call a judge. We all have it. And I remember I was playing in a Retro Series event. I was playing Terry 1 versus Akuma. This is, I believe, after I won the first event that I won with Terry. And it was like a known quantity. And I had talked about the weaknesses of the deck, and someone signed up Akuma 2, and I'm like, the character shits on Terry blocking with assets, right? Yeah. And I'm getting absolutely dumpstered in this game. I haven't adjusted my playstyle yet at all. And he's got an attack resolving. He has a multiple copy for that attack. And I take the damage from the attack that resolves. He then immediately plays another attack and checks it. And he hasn't resolved the multiple yet. And I go, oh, wait, hold on. You know, and it's digital. It's TTS, so the check immediately happens. It's not something you can, like, interrupt, right? And I'm like, well, let's just ask the judge to see what they'll do to, like, if it... Because I haven't had this happen to me in almost a year, and I don't know if we should just remove it from the game or not. And you should pretty much always call a judge to, you know, just as a formality to mark these things down. I think judging staff will tell you, like, we need to know if players are making mistakes, because you can't let them do it intentionally.
Yeah, you can't let them continually do it and get away with it, kind of thing. Even if it is an accident, right?
Yeah, and I'm fully expecting, like, remove the check, super remove from the game, right? Shadow realm it, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's not in your actual RFG pile. And that we'll just resolve the multiple. What ends up happening is the judge removes the check. I believe they discarded or removed the attack, and then they ended the turn.
Like, just arbitrarily? Like, they were just like, this is what happens.
They were like, you didn't resolve the multiple, and you moved past and, like, made a game infraction, and so, like, you can't play any more cards this turn. Like, the turn ends. And the only reason that was the second event I won with Terry. Literally the only reason I had a chance to win is because this guy just got his attack turn nuked, and I felt like dog shit. I
would have been like,
the win.
What are you talking
Yeah.
I honestly would have needed clarification, and it was a judge ruling in my favor. I'd be like, what are we basing this on?
Yeah.
Why are we absolutely fucking my opponent because he made a check? In a character that has 70 face downs, he forgot one of them was a multiple. Why are like...
Yeah,
this is the most reparable game state I've ever seen, and we're just going to end this guy's turn.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, he's got shitloads of face downs.
Yeah.
It's not even like he has one face down. It's obvious. It's like he's Akuma. He just
This
added
character
a
made an
second face
this
down
player
next
made
to
an
him.
obvious mistake, like an honest mistake in a character that puts a card face down in his card pool every single time he attacks. At least one. And you're like,
yeah,
it's an infraction, end his turn.
So, and just to slip it in, that's a good reason not to ban Terry, because he only wins events based off bullshit reffing.
Yeah, don't ban Terry, you guys. You heard it here first.
But so, and I remember I didn't say, hey, let him continue his turn and fucking kill me. Like, I'm not going to act like I was that cool of a dude. I absolutely, took the advantage. But I remember sitting there and being like, hey, man, I'm sorry. I didn't know that would happen. Literally gobsmacked. I didn't know that would happen. I had no expectation of what a judge does in that situation, which is why I called a judge.
And also, they probably went a little far on that one anyway.
Right. I don't know if he had an earlier play error. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure this was like round 1 or something, but legit bailed me out, kept me in the XO bracket, and when I played him again in top cuts, I barely won by the skin of my teeth because I was able to play more games against him. I lost game 1, this bullshit happened game 2, and then he drew really shitty game 3, and the experience I was able to gain from not dying immediately there helped me later on in the tournament. So that whole story is literally just to try to explain why it's so important for us. We're streaming to 10 people on Twitch, and hopefully more people watch it, but this is why it's important to us to talk about it at all. Because if I was him, I'd be pissed. I still feel really weird and really shitty about that whole thing, because if I was him, and not only would I be pissed at the judge, but I'd also be pissed at me if there was some expectation where that would happen.
Yeah, if you knew, if there was a document that clearly said if your opponent makes any particular misplay and does things out of order ever, their turn ends, and you were like,
yeah,
I'm waiting for him to do that. That sets that weird standard. I do think that there should be I guess, I don't know, maybe a list for the common folk of what an infraction implies, or what happens when a particular game action goes out of order, or stuff like that. Because we all know the classic draw too many cards one, right? Where you reveal your hand, your opponent removes one, and it's in the Shadow Realm. It's like the remove from game pile, where you just can't ever look at it. You don't even get to sneeze at it. It's just gone.
I have a sick story about that one too, by the way.
Oh no, you just get all the judge calls, huh?
It's this one was at locals, and it's someone who's from other games. But just really quick, I had drawn a card that I wasn't supposed to with the All Might True form, where you discard a character, draw a card. I didn't have that ability anymore. So we call a judge. I'm like, hey, let's just resolve it officially. We're at locals, whatever. And the guy's like, well, because it's a locals level event, I can just repair the game state. So he puts the character card I discarded for cost into my hand. He takes the card that I drew, leaves it in my hand, so I'm +1 now. Shuffles my hand, puts one random card back on top. And I'm like, wow, I got to keep the card I drew. I got to keep the card I discarded illegally for cost. And I know it's on top of my deck now.
That was a weird way of resolving that.
In a draw 1 card per turn kind of a game, I guess you technically repair the board state back to the next time you would have drawn a card. And losing the random card doesn't give the opponent extra info, like you were talking about the remove, reveal your hand, they remove one. Which that ruling also won me a game in top cuts at my first Worlds event, because my opponent drew a card while I had Dream Thief out, which doesn't even cancel the draw, just lets me look at it, and they basically let me remove their only other attack in their hand from the game to stay alive. So
amazing.
There's all these weird judge calls. They're always a call where I'm like, hey, let me just call a judge because I don't know how to resolve this. And then my opponent always gets completely fucked by it. And I'm like, I'd like
Rule
to just
Shark
know.
Sam Tate here, guys. You heard it here first. This guy's watching for the infractions. Watch out.
Oh, dude, I'm going to play in every retro event, I'm going to play Dream Thief just to get judge calls.
That is a judge damage fucking card waiting to happen.
Is it? What? I don't even remember what that card does, man.
So Dream Thief's response window opens before you would draw a card.
Oh.
So is after the effect resolves. So if I have Caught Red-Handed and Dream Thief, they're going to wait for me to Caught Red-Handed. And I'm going to say, nope, it resolves, but I'm going to Dream Thief you. And in the time it takes me to say it resolves or I'm not going to cancel, they've already drawn the card. Yeah.
And you're like, The judge damage.
Yeah,
the judge damage card right there, Dream Thief.
It's a 1000% judge damage card. It's a super judge damage card because it shares a symbol with, I think maybe two. No, it doesn't have void, but it shares a symbol with Caught Red-Handed at the time, and it was absolutely like just one of the most weird things because it's super. Dream Thief is a super good card in general. Like I just don't want you to draw a different card. Super solid card, but on top of the weird response timing, like getting a free win in top cuts just because the opponent played like technically too fast is rough.
Yeah, Cobra Twist was the judge damage card for us.
Yes,
back in the day, Cobra Twist was the judge damage assault rifle. There was like one event where there were just like 6 game loss handed out between Cobra Twist and King's DDT from drawing an extra card.
Judge Twist.
It was actually a judge damage card. It was so fucking crazy. That event was a nightmare.
Oh man. Murdercleese is talking about he got rule sharked at Worlds and his milled cards got removed. But they weren't super removed. See, that's the kind
that might
of
have been
thing,
before.
Right?
That might have been before the super removed from game pile existed, right?
Well, I remember cards being super removed before Tech Sphere, but it was always kind of funny because it's like nothing interacted with the removed from game pile. Then, like I remember in 2016, Shane Duckworth just being like, "We're gonna remove this card, but it's not part of the game," and it's like, cool, that didn't matter. And then they started to print cards where it mattered, and it made sense, but yeah, them not being super removed, definitely an issue. Cards that are like illegally revealed or whatever, like if you can't randomize them again, they should not impact play at all.
It was 2020 and Ryan Fan placed them in my RFG pile.
Dude, I feel like he just forgot to say they're super removed, or I don't know the context, but that seems like a rare slip up for Ryan Fan.
Yeah, Ryan Fan was usually the solid voice of reason in the community there.
At the very least, he definitely communicated with people really well. I always felt like when him and Shane Duckworth both, whenever there was a ruling, I was never confused walking away. They would come, tell me what's happening, and explain why it happened. And it seemed harsh a lot of the time, which might have made it easier for them to do that, to just be like, yo, you fucking lose, or yo, reveal your hand and now you just lose because they get to snipe a card, right? Like that's pretty much game winning too. But anytime that they explained it to me, I didn't have any questions. And most of the times that I've had questions for judges at these events, which again, I've only really dealt with them for like the one really bad experience I had in the first provisional, and I think one or two other times in a online regional after that, or I've had bad experiences with like non-JASCO event judging. I'll say that. But a lot of the times I'm left asking a judge a question and they don't answer it and then leave. Like, especially if it's online, they just go, that's my ruling, exit call.
Super weird. I think that another thing this would help too is I hear a lot of people like asking about how interactions work during events, right? And like the judge's response is always, I cannot tell you if that works or not. That would be coaching.
Bull.
Which is fine. But like that's totally fine. But like maybe you have to set like an example of this like in a document where you're like the judge cannot inform you how two cards interact specifically without you playing those cards.
But
you could just be like, does this do this, right?
Yeah, and I'm still like, that's probably very contextual, right? Like it's probably based on which specific interactions there are, because I've had Shane Duckworth do that to me once or twice, or like I would call
a judge, and he'd come over, and if I'm like about to reference a card in my hand, he would warn me, like, I can't give you advice or I can't tell you how to play the card, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm really curious what that is, because most of the time, if I actually play this card and make this interaction, like, and it's a problem, we're going to call the judge, and then it becomes his job to tell me how the fucking interaction works.
Yeah.
So the idea that I'm trying to avoid that in the first place sounds very weird to me, especially since, like, you're talking about outside of a game, like in between rounds, like before the event starts, right?
No, I'm talking about like during rounds.
Okay. During a game, it's definitely probably more likely that it would end up being like a coaching kind of a thing. But like I'm thinking like if you're at a table and you play Detonation Launcher and you do the enhance on Detonation Launcher, which says if the next attack you play is a high, get a momentum, which triggers before the check, and you go to play your next card and your opponent's like, wait, you're supposed to get the momentum first. Like, if you call the judge, they have to explain that interaction. So, like, if that's the kind of interaction we're talking about, and I call the judge before I do that, I don't really understand how that's coaching. So I'd have to really know the interaction, but it sounds really fishy for a judge to say that to me.
It's strange. I understand, like, with cards in hand, it'd be a little bit different, right? Like,
right.
But if I put, like, you put Detonation Launcher on the table and you go, Judge, how the hell does this enhance work? That's a little bit different, right?
Right.
And I think it is the interactions I'm specifically thinking of have all been, like, directly related to cards that were in an unknown zone, obviously. Okay. Like, they've all been in hand. Mm-hmm. So it's never been a person on their board pointing to something like, how does forcing surrender work or something like that. It's just like, how does this card in my hand work with this other card in my hand? Can I do this? And they're like, I can't tell you if that works. What do you mean?
Right. Well, and when it comes to the hand thing, I did mean to mention, like, a lot of that's because the judge doesn't want to give away information. They were certainly glad to give away how many indiscriminate shock I ran in Denki during one round, but that's...
Did that happen?
It's actually my favorite story because it didn't bother me at all, but, like, if it was anyone... I was playing against Brad Townsley. We're X1 round 6, and we're sideboarding after game 1, and we had called a judge who was just walking by, and we were like, let's just make sure that Sports Festival interacts with something, like, the right way. And he had stuck around to watch the game. I think he was, like, one of Brad's locals. It was all cool. And the guy just let slip, like, he was talking about, like, Brad died with low blocks in hand to my high attack spam, and he showed me the low blocks, and he's like, yeah, I was waiting for the indiscriminate. And the judge is like, oh, yeah, he only runs 2. And I'm like, bro, he doesn't know that. And or I think I said I actually run a different amount. And the judge was like, oh, well, then the deck list I looked at was wrong. And I was just like, bro, God. I gave you a chance to get out. Like,
yeah, I tried to save you. Yeah. I don't know, dude. That sounds like the guy that told me that it wasn't his job to fix the game state. That sounds like it's got him written all over it, because that guy was certainly the chattiest of Cathys during my stream match. He just wouldn't stop talking to us. And I was like, dude, I am playing a card game competitively. I do not want to have conversations right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it's tied to organized play, and it's tied to judge communication, but they definitely need to not communicate with me during a game casually. I hate to be that dude, but, like, we definitely had a judge just going around joking through all the top cuts tables, and, like, God bless him, seems like a very pleasant, very happy dude. I hope he continues to judge and stays pleasant and happy, and we need that, but I absolutely don't need him making pop culture references to me and Jose, even though me and Jose are joking around in top cuts,
Yeah, you can joke around with your opponent, but that guy's not allowed to join in.
Yeah, it just sucks.
Like, it's just a professionalism thing at that point. Like,
and it stops you from accidentally letting things slip that you've seen, like how many indiscriminate I'm about to side out of my fucking deck now.
Yeah, like, oh, they're not in there anymore, Brad. Joke's on you. Like, yeah, that's really weird. I mean, I have, like, I've had both good and bad experiences with the judging of these events, so it's not gonna, like, all be a bad, like, mixed bag. But that is one of my things I would like more for organized play is accountability for the judging staff as a whole, which does happen, like, which does come more with like official documents and, like, more rigorous testing and stuff like that, right? Like that will settle those things, and we have been told. I've heard it mentioned multiple times that they are working on that. So
yeah,
that's like a wish list thing, but like also it is something that they are already working on. So it's not something that needs like a big deep conversation at all.
I think pretty much everything we've talked about they're working on. I'll say that. I fully believe that this is almost all stuff that we've talked about, but I wanted to get together and put it all in one place, and I wanted to give the chat, their chance too, right? Like if there's anything we've missed, if there's anything you guys viewing really care about that we haven't talked about, please speak up. Please let us know, because again, Jasco is listening. They're one of the most receptive companies to the community's plights, and typically in the past it's just been an issue of implementing things in a way that we actually like, if that makes sense. It's in the past they've done a lot to try and fix issues, and the community is like, wow, that doesn't really fix our issue, right? Like it's a sideways move, or it opens up its own set of problems. And so clear communication on exactly what we're hoping to get from our experiences probably the most important thing right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Can you think of anything that we might have missed? I think we hit it all, right? The only other thing I think to talk about would be the mechanically unique promos, but Andrew Holder has run that flag for us.
Yeah, that guy is that is the flag of his ship for sure. I would say that, I know we talked about getting the dates out ahead of time. I would love just for them to make a post or like a news article of some sort about what 2022 Nationals and Worlds is going to look like, right? Like we are over halfway through the year, and we don't have dates. We don't have like what the format's going to look like. We don't have how is this going to work thing. Mm-hmm. And we don't even know if it's for cash anymore, man. Oh, we simply don't.
Don't say that. I heard a rumor that they're not allowed to advertise cash amounts because Japan is weird, but I'm afraid that something on that changed too. So
yeah, we don't know anything about Worlds or what this culmination of essentially pro play is going to lead up to, right? We have no idea what we're getting into, and I just think that more transparency is better, right? The more the better here. And I understand that it's their first year working the system, so you got to give them some leeway, but give me something. Give me a state of the game. Give me a state of regional play. Give me something like that, I would love to know.
Give us stuff to podcast about.
Give me something to talk about. They did. They gave us a ban list, so I got juicy new fucking segments to work on. But
dude, when my chat had talked about it, happened right before we jumped on, right? When they talked about, I thought it was a card ban list. I was like,
oh shit.
I was so hype.
Fuck yeah, they banned frog lashing. Oh wait, they just banned Marquise.
Yeah, man, when it comes to organized play, that was something I really waffled on. I wanted to talk bans a little bit, but I really think I'm in the minority, at least as far as what I would want out of a format. I do want to ask you, do you think that they should not be afraid to issue bans and or possibly errata? I know that that's its own can of worms to split the two, but when it comes to bans and errata, do you think that they should be not afraid to adjust the format to their vision, to what they want? Or do you think that it's something that the card game universe is very sensitive to that, and it's very difficult to have a successful game with lots of bans? Where do you kind of fall on the banning cards issue?
My first thing is I wish they would just unerrata Kirishima 1 so people could actually see if this character is actually worth having an errata. They never allowed that to happen. That was never a thing. They just decided, let's do both, which is super weird for me. Mm-hmm. So I would like a leniency to ban and unban cards, but I don't think they should be errata-ing anything. I don't like erratas because I think they don't allow you to maintain your game in such a state that you probably hope the trajectory goes, right?
Right.
Because you can't unerrata a card. That's a weird one. You can unban a card, but unerrataing a card seems super, super strange, and I don't think it's really a precedent you want to follow. But I don't really think anything in the format particularly needs to be banned, but I think that they should have like if you want to do, I think they should be doing like monthly states of the games where there is very, very transparent. Hey, this is our watch list, and we are looking at these things.
Okay.
And I think that's perfect, right? Like that way, like they're like, okay, we are aware of like the Froppy situation, right? We are aware that this character has had very consistent top cut performances, is doing very well, but we are also aware that there is counterplay to her. So her showing up and doing well doesn't necessarily indicate an unhealthy meta, and that's fine. Like, that makes sense to me. Like, you can have characters who continuously do well and them not be a problem.
Right.
That doesn't mean the meta is unhealthy. The meta is unhealthy when the entire format is playing the same character, like Kirishima 1, right? Like, everybody's playing the same character. Everybody's playing coordinated effort. That's unhealthy. But we're having extremely diverse events, and I think that's awesome. Like, we're having great diversity, and just because there are decks at the top end of the meta does not mean that they are necessarily have ban-worthy cards or characters associated with them. But a watch list would be nice. Like, hey, we are keeping our eye on Asui, just so you guys know we aren't just ignoring you.
Yeah, so far the watch list has basically just been Head of Hustle, like in the Twitch chat, saying we're aware of this and looking into it, and they did okay with the Kirishima response, I think. People were just on top of that one. I think that the rhetoric I hear a lot is it only took one event for Kirishima to get banned, but Froppy won like 3 in a row. I think that's kind of a bullshit argument, just because the reason Kirishima got banned is because it was the entire top 4 of 2 events. They were like months apart. They had promos, plus ultra packs and like DLC, I believe, added in between the two, and it was still the entire top 4 was Kirishima. Like 90% of decks or whatever the actual number was had coordinated effort. So I think it's very different. It's a very different scenario when it's like 2 or 3 Frappies make top cuts and one goes all the way.
I think I would have. My thing with the Kirishima, like particularly the errata, is that I think that they could have seen that coordinated effort probably posed a much bigger problem to the meta, and that like combining that with Kirishima felt a little bit overpowering. I wish they would have given Kirishima a little bit of time to see if he sorts himself out, if he still ends up being the highest percentage character, or if there are any answers to him just being like himself, right? Like just as a character that is a 5-hand size that builds better than other 5-hand size characters, is this an issue without his way to readily loop whatever attack he wants in his string?
Yeah, it's interesting. I still think the errata went a little too far, but I don't know where I would stop, right? Mm-hmm. I think building on both turns is conceptually really rough for at the time. But now we have cards like Ready, Get, Set, Go, a new training method, and he can play around those. Like it's just very weird. I'm with you in the sense that I want them to be open to unbanning. I think one of the biggest sore spots for banning with old heads is that we watch a card get banned and then get fucking power creeped. Like how Gemini Man sat on the ban list for like 8 years, and there were cards that were just strictly better than him. And the only reason he couldn't come off the ban list was because they printed a second Gemini Man, so it was kind of fucked up to have 8 of him stacked. And he was still a 2-dot, so it's like it was still a different version completely. So you could have done it.
That was the issue. Like I hate it when they are like, this is stuck here. We banned it, so we don't even going to look at it. We're not even going to contextualize it in the meta. I mean, I think if you wanted to do something like Yu-Gi-Oh does, and just every 6 months give me a banned list, that's fine. I don't care. Ban cards every 6 months, but don't just lock something on the list forever, right? If Yatagarasu can get off the Yu-Gi-Oh ban list, fucking Gemini Man should have been able to get off the UFS ban list, is all I'm saying.
It took a long time, but Jace the Mind Sculptor is like unbanned, I think, in at least one format. I don't know if it was one of the newer Pioneer formats or Modern, but if Jace the Mind Sculptor can get, taken off of a ban list and fit into a historic or legacy format, whatever they call them right now, like it's something to definitely look at. Tim Keefe went to bat for Sturmwaff for so long.
Sure.
Just little stuff like that. And I think conceptually it's very, very annoying. It's very, very frustrating to see a character especially, but see a card get banned and live next to in a world where it's not an issue anymore.
Yeah.
I think that's a big issue with bans in general because you're going to be progressing your game and power creep, goes up and down. Hopefully you get like up and down. I love the idea of rotating ban lists personally. I'm not an investor card flipper guy. Like, I'm not that Yu-Gi-Oh dude who's got a whole fucking page of Raigekis sitting in his binder ready for it to come off the ban list. So unerrata Shield Ram. Shield Ram actually keep the errata because it makes Proto Man 2 better with it. Ironically.
Oh, is he better with the errata?
Yeah, so Shield Ram's the funny one because Shield Ram leaves the unerrated Shield Ram leaves the card pool no matter what, right?
Yeah.
So if they block it in your Proto Man 2, if you commit the foundation for his response, you're doing it literally just to burn one. It's going to leave anyway. Sure. But if you leave the errata, it actually makes his block punishment matter for his own card. Which is fair. Stupid still and terrible. No one's running it, but whatever. It fits with him better. I thought that was funny when they errated it. I'm like, this just makes it an actual Proto Man 2 card instead of a 7-hander aggro card.
Right.
But yeah, I think the willingness to ban and unban, for me personally, I'm willy-nilly with it. Like, I'm the extreme end where it's like I can, like, this sounds stupid and people, this is not how a company should be, but the ban list is fake. Like, the ban list, they can say something's banned one day and then undo it. They can just they can just type it up and just say, okay, it's legal now. Like, if we made a mistake, it's legal. Like, as long as it's within the correct time frame before a competitive event. We'll say that too, because don't ban shit the day before a fucking event again. But so I'm a big fan of shifting metas and formats. I'm a big fan of shaking things up as much as possible. And right now we're looking at new sets to do that. We're looking at new promos to do that a lot. And those have been really good. But if we're going to say let's step away from mechanically unique promos, and we're going to say that it takes, what is it, roughly 6 months for a set to come out right now? Like, we're hoping that's going to be better. But I am very, very cool with just a temporary, like, tell people it's temporary. Tell people it's the summer ban list. Tell them it's the quarter 3 ban list, right? Like, shake things up. Let us, fine-tune formats even.
I think it's something to say, like, especially because you're doing I have no idea how they're deciding what amount of regionals or provisionals they're doing per provisional or regional season, but, like, man, if you were doing, like, a regional season being half a year, why not just be like, all right, this is the regional 1 ban list. Those cards are banned for half the year, then we revisit another 6 month ban list, and cards can come off, cards can go back on. I think that's really cool. I hate erratas. Yeah. Erratas are the stupidest thing to me because have you ever heard of a card like unerrated? Like, I've never heard of an unerrated card. Like, they don't just fix it.
HRK from King of Fighters, it's the only one.
Did they errata and then unerrata it? I don't even know what the errata was.
They errated it and then changed the rule, so then they unerrated it, is what I heard. I didn't live through the entire thing. All I know is I went into the Vegas PTC with the actual judge ruling it that you had to gain life to draw the cards. So if you were at full life, you didn't draw the cards, even though it's 2 completely different fucking sentences. I was told the word then, because it says gain life equal to the symbols on your character, period. Then, comma, if you are at full life, draw 2 cards. Which, the way it works, it's 2 separate sentences. It should just be then if you're at full life, draw 2 cards. I missed top cuts because I had 2 3s at the last 2 cards in my deck. It dealt damage. I went to draw the 2 cards, and my opponent's like, hold on, you didn't gain life. The judge is like, well, you didn't gain life, and it says then. And then, like, 2 or 3 months later, I'm hearing people play it completely differently, and I was told that there was an official change. Like, I was told that there was something that actually changed to it, but You know, it at some point had a different wording, and then they unerrated it and then ruled it based on like the printed wording later.
Yeah, I have no idea. But I just think, like, if you're going to errata a card, just ban it. Like, I don't know. Just ban it, but have the willingness to unban cards. If you wanted to say, like, all right, we're banning Kirishima and Coordinated Effort at this very moment, that's fine. But, like, I hate that shit. It's so annoying. Like, all right, we're gonna errata it, and then we're gonna print a promo that has the errated text. Like, that's so dumb to me.
Yes, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of errata, and also because of one thing, when it comes to errata, if you really want to unerrata a card later, or if you like Coordinated Effort, if you wanted to unban it with an errata, you can just print it later.
Sure.
Like, you can just make it an uncommon in the next set. You can just make it a promo. And it has a different name. It probably has a different art. It might even have a different symbol on it. Like, it might have the third symbol be different. But if you wanted to have a quote-unquote fair Coordinated Effort, dead ass, just print a new card.
Just print a new card. Don't fucking jerk me along with erratas. So I have to learn a rule book. It's different when it's a functional errata, right? Like, okay, this card does not work. It does not work unless we put an errata. That's our bad. We missed something in the rules. We missed something with the interaction. That's on us. We're going to add a functional errata to it. We're going to fix it somehow. But it's like mechanical, like gameplay erratas are super weird, though, where you're just like, now Kirishima can only use his effects once per turn.
Yeah. One of them's only on your turn.
We're just added a whole bunch of text to this character card. Teehee.
Yeah, and again, it's like you can make a Kirishima 3 that is literally Kirishima 1, just says the balanced version, right? Like,
sure.
And that's what they've done, right? With characters, they've done the second version usually tweaked a bit with one of the same themes, and that shows me that they recognize that adjusting the power level on stuff is difficult. Just, take like adding one restriction to a card kills it. In other games, adding one mana cost to a Magic card makes it unplayable. Like, it's too slow. So, adjusting the level between a card that absolutely destroys the format and now can't be played is, people are like, just make Coordinated Effort a flip. And I'm like, fuck you. No, he's just going to pick it up and rebuild it. So, like, people will argue on the effectiveness of how far you have to go all the time. Just decide what the new card should be and make a new card.
Right. I agree. Or just fucking, I don't know, ban it. Just get it away from me.
That's what I'm saying. Ban it now. Face. Make a new card if you need to.
Like, ban it and make a new card later if you want. Fuck it.
If that new card is ass, people won't be upset. If you errata something and it's ass, people will get upset. That's just the truth.
It's more annoying, that's for sure. And also, you have to then explain to everybody who buys into the game now that Kirishima doesn't do those things, because it doesn't say it on his card that he does those things.
Right. Yeah. And bans do affect the bottom line. Bans affect the company, right? Like usually sales go down around bans, so we get that. But that's why it's important to dictate that sort of culture that you want to have. If you want to have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban list style that we talked about, freshening it up, you just got to make sure people are on board with that. Maybe a new format, maybe a second format. Maybe once we can sustain a second format, that could be something like a trimmed ban format. I don't know what you'd really call it, but something like that could be really cool.
Or ultimately, just fucking do it, and then we'll have to deal with it. Just don't do this like weird half things.
Yeah,
these like half measures. I don't like the weird half measures.
Right. Well, I mean, you and I are invested, right? We're very invested. You've been doing this shit for so long with this game.
Yeah.
And I have to be honest. When it came to DBS, one of the reasons I don't think I ever bought in at all was the deck I was putting together to buy was banned pretty much on site. Like, it was nerfed on site. And so I took time to like search for another deck, and then another set came out and it came with a new mechanic, and I got lost in the fold. So I get it. I absolutely get it. I could have jumped ship to DBS if I had really liked the Cell deck, at the time, but I didn't, and they nerfed the Frieza deck I like. So I 100% understand these are not easy decisions, but if they have the backing of the voice of the community, then I see no reason not to go for it, right? Like, if we can give them the confidence that, enough of us are behind these decisions, maybe we can move the process along.
I especially just, like, either way, I don't think there should be any reason we're not getting state of the games.
Yeah.
Even if it's just between, like, regional seasons or provisional seasons, right? Like, if you want to go, all right, we've finished regional season 1, here's our state of the game. We finished regional season 2, here's our state of the game. Those are basically monthly at this point anyway, because apparently regional seasons are 1 month long.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like a weird thing where there's no real gameplay updates for the masses, right? They're not telling us what they're thinking, what they're looking at, if there's anything that they see as an issue, how they feel or view the format to be. It's something that we should, I think, like, expect and, like, really strive to get as players. Like, I understand, like, Aspira mentioned on my stream the other day, or on one of our streams the other day, that they were looking to get maybe like a Jasco style Joffis back together so that they could give you these updates and stuff like that. Well, I think that's totally fine. I do think that there should be somebody who can write up, like, a state of the game for people who don't necessarily want to watch or the Joffis, or do like a TLDR version of the Joffis,
Yeah, the Joffis was really cool. It was another one of those, like, outreach, like, personable kind of communications. But I never felt like it was really the go-to place for information about the game. I didn't watch a ton of them. People gave me the TLDR, and there would be, like, major announcements. Excuse me. There would be, like, major ban announcements and stuff like that would come out first there, but it never seemed like the communication I was strictly looking for back then. But I think with the people in charge now, the type of team that they would have doing it, the kind of outreach that they have, like, can you imagine Tamron Cardwell just, like, officially being contracted to do the Joffis? Like, any good news or bad news, just get the boy to put it out there for
it's
us.
just Tamron Cardwell going through it. Like, he's just releasing all the information into the wilderness.
Yeah, like, people would be 10 times less upset at anything that they'd hate because it's Tamron doing it. So,
yeah.
Just stuff like that could be really important. Just little subtle things that, like, the dominoes sort of stack up, and you don't really see the ramifications until you've been on the opposite end, right?
Absolutely.
So I do want to wrap things up. We've been at this for over 2 hours, Phil. I want to thank you so much for joining me here, but I think we have hit the nail on the head here with all of our organized play wish list, our discussion here. Just to recap, let me know if I missed anything. We've got the schedule of events. We've got the itinerary for the events. We've got the side events and the transparency between judging and the transparency between, I guess, ban list, state of the game, health of the game. Is that kind of put a bow on it?
Yeah, I think that's definitely, like, what I hope to see, right? Like, they've shown, as we've said, the initiative to go and change these things, to talk about these things, to be open with these things. Mm-hmm. And I think that we should expect pretty good things coming up, right? Like, I think that the future can only get brighter, really, because it seems like they're heading in a very good direction so far.
Yeah, I've been extremely impressed with the growth of the game. I've been impressed with the competitive depth of the game. Again, it sounds like I'm bitching a lot recently about the format itself and focusing on things I don't like, but the actual competitive depth between certain interactions are there. It's just similar to Standard. I feel like I don't get to those interactions very often because of the pace of the game, because of how powerful just playing lots of cards are. But, game design wise, things have, I'm still playing this game. Like, I don't, right. I was just bitching. I don't know if you saw any of my stream before. I was bitching about Magic, in the warm up at like noon today because I hate the land system, right? So the creativity, the deck building, everything that's great about the game has still been preserved in MHA, and they still have a long way to go, right? We were only 2 sets in, so
absolutely.
I really just want to keep attending events, keep seeing all my friends, and make sure that it is, it's an environment where I don't have to see Bromley upset, because I really like that dude. He has done so much for me personally, but also this community that, you don't want to see your friends get upset. You don't want to see your buddies be confused at why they're 17th place. You don't want to be there until midnight tired, right? You don't, and this is all like the same event. This is all one thing. But the point is, the point is we want to keep going to these events, and we want them to be the best events they can be.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah. With that said, Phil, I'm going to give you a couple minutes here to plug all your socials, plug anything you got coming up, any events you might be hosting, anything Unfun Stuff is doing. Talk to the people.
Yeah. Well, as always, guys, be sure to check out unfunstuff.com for all of your card gaming and awesomely cool pink t-shirt needs. If you use promo code DKSlicer, that's all one word, at checkout, you will get 5% off of your order, which, all business is good business, so send you on over to Bromley. We also run Unfun Fridays every Friday. I believe they start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 9 p.m. I don't actually know. But that's the Unfun Stuff events. If you go to you can go to my YouTube at ks_natchery. I post YouTube videos about My Hero Academia content about 3 times a week. Same on Twitch. I do a pregame podcast to our other podcast, and just bitch about stuff and talk to the good people of the My Hero Academia community about all things related to current events, basically, of the game. So that's really all I got for shout outs. Shout out to everybody on Unfun Stuff. You guys are great. We're making the Infinity Gauntlet of content creators, so I'm sure you'll get asked soon, Sam, or if you haven't already been.
I've been talking to Bromley about like the whole. I've been calling it like one banner, right? Like there's so many people who want to do the content for the game that it feels weird to carve out your own niche, especially when it comes to content creation. Networking like this is mega important. So, at the end of the day, we all feel like one big family, regardless. I think. So,
absolutely.
I want to thank you one more time. And thank everyone for joining us in the chat. Everyone who's been with me all day today. I've been streaming for like 5 hours now. So it's been great to see you making more content, Phil, like on YouTube, on Twitch, both.
I've been giving it my best effort. I've got a new love for the game, man. I'm having so much fucking fun playing this card game after having no fun playing for like 3 years and change with standards. So I'm having a blast.
I remember you weren't much of a digital guy. Are you?
Correct.
Yeah, you're just not like
TTS.
a big TTSer.
I hate TTS. It sucks.
Fair enough.
Everybody's way faster at it because I don't actually use it, and then I look like a moron trying to figure out how to do commands.
That's fair. Well, it's been awesome to see you get more involved with the content creation. We love the podcast every week, Brewing with Birch and Bromley. And I'm excited to see this broadcast, this commentary, the Phil Birch commentary, man. I got my fingers crossed.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot I'm doing commentary sometime in August, like the 13th or 14th of August.
Okay. There's a provisional...
I think there's a provisional the 13th, and I get to do commentary with Andrew Holder, I believe. I've been taken off the naughty list, so...
Yeah,
you guys get to see me in my awesome blue suit.
The online provisional, it's either the 13th or the 18th. The numbers look very similar in my head.
I think it's the 13th. It's the week right after Gen Con.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because then the 18th wouldn't even be on... Yeah, it wouldn't even be on a weekend, so it'd have to be the 13th. So yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the official announcement. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you at the online provisional. And once again, thank you, Phil.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate everybody tuning in.
All right, and we will see you all next time I go live. Tomorrow is going to be the Orange Card, Blue Card Contender Roundtable, which is going to have Unfun Stuff's Andrew Holder, as well as Travis T, as well as, I just blanked on the name. Zach Paisley. It's because I didn't want to say Paisley. I promise.
Oh, is it not Paisley? Is Paisley?
That's what I was told. I was told it's Paisley. So we're going to have those three gentlemen. They're going to give us all the scoop on their There are deep runs at the regional events. That one's going to be a great time. You don't want to miss that. And you don't want to miss Phil Birch and the Unfun Stuff guys every week on Tuesday. So stay tuned with everything, guys. Join the Discord, the official Discord. You'll get all the updates. And I'm terrible at outros, so I'm just going to let us take it away.
Adios.
Adios, everybody.